2024 PMSL SEA Fall. I'm your host Windy for today, and this is going to be the last day of group stage. And standing beside me, we have two group players from Alter Ego. We have Rosemary and also Hans for you. Hi. So for the first question, I'm going to ask Rosemary first. So Rosemary, with your rivalry against Vampire in mind, how motivated are you to overtake them today and secure the top spot?
Oke, pertanyaannya buat Rosemary adalah, ya sekarang kita tahu lah ada rivalitas di antara AE dan juga VPE. Gimana rencana kamu buat ngebalap mereka lah dari segi klasmen?
Rivalitas? Kalau menurutku nggak ada sih rivalitas tentang aku sama mereka, tentang tim gua sama mereka lah bisa dibilang. Cuman kayaknya enggak deh, soalnya mereka masih jauh banget di bawah kita gitu loh.
Oke.
Mahal.
So basically, Rosemary trying to say like, is there any rivalry between us and VPE? Because I don't think that there's a rivalry, because they are way far behind us, so they can't really catch us. So yep.
Wow, that is a bold statement from you, Rosemary. And how about your competition with Tony K, who's leading right now?
Oke, jadi gimana ya pertemuan di antara kamu sama Tony K? Siapa yang ngelit lah? Siapa yang di depan sekarang?
Ya di depan pasti gua lah, bukan dia.
Okay, so basically of course it's me, it's not Tony K. I mean, obviously it's me.
And are you confident you can be the MVP again for this PMSL?
Apakah kamu pede kamu bakal jadi MVP di PMSL kali ini?
Kalau untuk MVP kasih dia aja lah, kasihan ngejar-ngejar gua nggak bisa kayaknya deh.
So for the MVP part, I think I just gotta give to Tony K, because I feel pity for him, because he trying to catch me for like almost 2 seasons already, but he don't really get the chance to catch me. So I think this season it's for him.
Yeah, I think it's getting hot here, and let's move into the next question. So Rosemary, sometimes rivalry can add extra pressures, but they can also fuel better performances. How do you plan to approach today's match to ensure you outperform Vampire and achieve your goal? And any new strategies from Alter Ego?
Oke, jadi ya rivalitas itu bisa dibilang terkadang bisa beri kamu pressure dan terkadang bisa menaikin semangat kamu juga ya. Jadi dengan apa yang berlaku sekarang, apa rencana Alter Ego buat hari ini? Gimana strategi yang bakal kamu keluarin di pada hari ini?
Kayak yang aku bilang tadi sih, kalau bisa dibilang rivalitas antara kita sama mereka sih menurut gua nggak ada. Cuman kalau untuk gameplay sama strategi yang kita mainkan ya kayak biasa aja kita main gitu loh.
Okay, so basically we don't really care about the rivalry, because for me there is no rivalry between us and VPE. But then if you ask me about the strategy inside the game, I would say that we're gonna play normal thing that we always used to do. So yeah, we're just gonna focus on that.
Yeah, I get it. Like, there's no need to change anything that already good from Alter Ego. And now let's move on to Hans for you. So Hans for you, do you think Vampire is stronger this year? And anything you want to say to Vampire?
Oke, pertanyaan buat Hans adalah apakah menurut Hans sendiri VPE itu kuat lah buat season ini? Ada apa-apa yang mau disampaikan ke VPE?
Jadi pengen banget nih buat pengen jadi rivalitas kita. Tapi kayaknya rivalitas kita bukannya boom deh. Iya kan?
Oh iya.
Iya, kok VPA pengen banget sih sama main sama AE.
Oke. Things that Hans for you trying to say to VP is like, are you sure that you really want to be, are you that desperate to be our rival? Because as far as I know, as far as our concern, our biggest rival is Boom. So don't try too hard to become our rival.
All right, and as for you, how do you feel playing this week compared to last week? Do you feel that your performance has become more consistent for today, and are you feeling more confident?
Oke, jadi buat minggu ini performa kalian jauh lebih bagus lah dari minggu kemarin, ya kan? Apa tanggapan kamu soal itu dan gimana kedepannya apa yang kamu mau coba capai?
Yang pasti bakal lebih bagus lagi performa kita dari VPA lebih tepatnya.
So basically, yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say is, I think we're just gonna focus on our play style. We're just gonna focus on our performance as long as the performance is better than VPE.
Wow, okay, but confidence is the most important things also, and this goes for all teams. So thank you so much, Rosemary. Fishbomb, thank you so much for you. Good luck for today's matches, and today we'll find out which team can directly go to Super Sunday. And this time, let's take it over to our casters to start the kick-off for the first game. So casters, bring it on.
What a spicy start for our day here today. You guys are watching the group stage of week number 2 PMSL Southeast Asia 2024 fall season here with me, Chu and Circloud, bringing all the actions and their story for today, starting with the rivalry of, well, it's going to be Alter Ego, Vampire not playing, and Boom.
That is a interview full of sarcasm. You have to like read between the lines of what they're trying to say there. But anyway, Vampire, they're not playing today. So, okay, Vampire, they're just looking at this interview like, wait till we come back later on. But anyway, today will be the last day of week number 2's group stages. So, Group A and Group C will be up against each other. Oh, sorry, Group B and Group C will be up against each other. Hang on.
No,
Group A and
will
B.
be.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Yeah, A and B
It's
will be
okay.
up against each other, and we will see who will be in the top 8 directly. Expect Alter Ego to be able to go through.
Yeah, Alter Ego already one of the strongest team when it comes to Group B, and so far they are the highest above them all when it comes to the only team that got themselves already in the top 8 across the board of the overall rankings at 55 points in a day. That's quite a big amount of numbers to start with their run here today. They might actually overtake Vampires, but like you mentioned, Vampires not playing here, so it's going to be Group A versus B. We are reintroducing Boom, PEA, TALON, NKT, Alliance, D Xavier, Sem9, and Team Flash.
Yes, and some of these teams will be eyeing for a lot more points, that is. But of course, they'll be mixed up with teams of Group B, Alter Ego, O2, BTR, Base Clan, VOIN, Donkey, XERXIA, TODAK, as well as Team Secret. So if we look at the overalls, in which we will review in a little bit more, some teams are very, very desperate for points, so they have to put in a performance even from Game 1 itself.
Yeah, speaking of Game 1, we definitely focusing on towards the team that didn't make it in last first Super Sunday. Last week, week 1, is going to be another rough challenge for them. But for you guys who just joined us, we are on our Friday run here for Group A and B. We're done for our group stage by end of today. We're the top 8 by the end of today. We'll go straight to Super Sunday. And the other bottom 16 will have to go through another grinding day of last chance during the Saturday.
Yes, and those from the Saturday match, only top 8 will go to the Super Sunday. But we'll recap on some of the best moments here by Vampire Esports, since they have topped the group as of now, and they have qualified directly onto Super Sunday. So they're very, very clear with 116 points. And for Vampire Esports, sometimes you see Tony K stepping up, sometimes you see Muzi stepping up, sometimes you see Schwab stepping up. So they work as like a whole unit, that in case anyone goes out, anyone else is able to put up a performance.
Yep, they're working like a well-oiled machine coming up from Vampires. Week number 2 performance definitely very different compared to week number 1. And I agree, I mean, like week number 1 we see too many of Tony K that actually do a lot of work by himself, but this time it feels like they are synchronizing as a team, and I hope they keep the momentum up. But for Vampires, they will not be playing it today, but they started up a goal standard up above, which is going to be 100 over points right now. 116 more than NKT, and last week performance 114.
Yes, so they are the only team with a triple digit right now, and they are definitely on the clear. But we will also be looking at the cutoff point here. Number 8 onwards is a target for all these teams, and the points are close enough around that area. We got TALON 52 points, 51 points. Roy is now at number 8 with 53. Alliance 50, so the points are close enough with the remaining 6 games. And for teams on page number 2, we do have unusual names here. Boom Esports only managed to collect 24 points as of now, and they're at number 22.
It's going to be a bit awkward for back-to-back champions for the PMSL South Asia. The entire year they managed to dominate, but when it comes to the last season of the year, it feels like they're fumbling down a bit. But for our top 4 fraggers, we have Alter Ego at 5.5 average eliminations, and KT at 5 eliminations, D Xavier's 4.8, and Sem9 4.3.
Yeah, they are looking good in the elimination department, but When it comes to the travel department, PEA, they traveled the most so far, average of 34.5 kilometers, followed by SEM9 31.9, Outer Ego 30.6, and TALON 30.4. So PEA likes to travel, but traveling will not gain them points, so they have to find a way to grab those points somehow because they are now with only 14 points.
Yep, and the one despite they travel quite a number with a lot of results is going to be Alter Ego of their top Sunhawk performers as well. 1,407 average damage here. 2 cheekers they already scored in Sunhawk. Can they be the kings of Sunhawk starting for our last day in week number 2?
Yeah, well, generally they have been doing well in Sunhawk, whether they get the Camp Alpha Circle or not. So far, Alter Ego, they're big fans of the Sunhawk match. And of course, we're going to start off with Sunhawk. That's going to be the only Sunhawk match that's going to be played today. And then we're going to go through 2 Erangles before we go into a break, coming back into a final Erangle, and we'll wrap our day with 2 Miramas. It's going to be the same format, and based on the timing, it is GMT +7 as you can see on screen. So adjust your own timing according to wherever you're watching this live stream.
Now, speaking of our first Sunhawk, when it comes to our last day of group stage, we'll be heading into straight Super Sunday. So far, 100% coming up from the side of Empires, and also probably PANDUM by now with 87 points. But the gap in between the first and second place right now is humongous. So it's going to be anybody's game right now. Probably Alter Ego push themselves up, or even these Xaviers. Never forget these Xaviers because they are the one that actually have the most consistency across 2 weeks in a row now. But the one that we should watch out for the teams to focus here on my end is going to be teams that didn't make it through their first super weekend.
Yeah, I wanted to give some to some of the teams as well, like PEA, VOIN Donkey, the bottom 2, and Team Flash is still somewhere in the middle with only 32 points. So 32 points is definitely not enough to qualify directly on Super Sunday. So these 3 teams that I have picked for myself will need to work hard, and it seems like your teams as well have a similar pattern.
Yep, I did pick this for the same reason. I think we're both actually going for the same narration here, which going to be the teams that's supposedly desperate enough to play out of their minds here when it comes to the last day. 6 more maps to go. I mean, yes, we still have last chance stage, but if they can avoid those grinding days and have one off day, because it has been 2 weeks in a row, 10 days straight for us to have our PMSL for the first 2 weeks, they definitely need some break here. But for the teams, I mean, we do know some teams coming up from Group C 100% going to play last chance stage. Who else will have to go through the Saturday match again?
Yeah, so far for Group C, 100% needs to go through the last chance qualifiers. It's going to be GEEK Fam and the Infinity now. But at least the points that they've collected are pretty healthy. So we'll monitor that again tomorrow. As of now, looking over at these teams, O2 is going to stick with the same lineup. So no changes on their side. As for VOIN Donkeys, looks like no major swaps for them as well. They're going to remain with the same lineup too. And for XERXIA, or for TODAK, that is, hovering over. Yep, it's going to be the same. And TODAK also one of those teams that's in the list that needs to come up with a performance, because right now they are still at the end.
And they definitely haven't tried getting themselves in any Super Sunday yet. But also, speaking of VOIN Donkey, I'm surprised it's going to be some difference week 1 and week 2 here. Slightly dimmed down when it comes to their performance. Don't see a lot of Zeta, but can we finally see it in the first Sunhawk today?
Well, here we go. We're going to open up the day with a Sunhawk match. And we're already seeing a quick jump here by some of the teams. We're going to start off the flight path on the southern side, on the left side of Camp Charlie, all the way to Hard 10. And the flight path will be good for Alter Ego, as it will be on top of Camp Alpha itself. Expect regular drops from them. But since this is Sunhawk, dropping anywhere across the map, it shouldn't be a problem for majority of teams.
So depending on circle, we do know Sunhawk is very heavily circle dependent, so the teams will want to wait till the circle pop, then only they will decide what's going to be their second checkpoint. But first contact made between Team Flash and SEM9, but it's just going to be SEM9 stealing away those vehicles. But on top of a different compound entirely. Ruin seems to be a bit crowded with PEA versus O2 Esports.
Yeah, two teams thought that Vampire Esports isn't here and they happen to clash inside of Ruins, and PEA seem to be winning this fight. And now one more to go for the side of O2 Esports. Amazal, the man who came out with a clutch yesterday against XERXIA, he needs to pull off another clutch against PEA this time. And Nizi eliminates one. Amazal comes in for the back. Okay, he gets one for himself. Two more to go for Amazal with the DBS.
Yesterday, Amazal being pretty amazing himself. Now, can he pull the clutch for O2 Esports? Freddy and Jumper, unfortunately, the veterans have to stay low for a bit and let the youngsters to do their work. And Kid will not be safe. PA, they got back up to 2 players. Yeah, and Amazon scores another. 1v2 doable. Not impossible, but PA, they definitely have the numbers here.
Yes, they still have a advantage in that department. 2v1. When it comes to weaponry, not too bad at all. But Linux have to come from the side. Oh no, he shredded Amazon's health down to his last tick. I wonder if he has any first aids. Doesn't seem to be healing up. And that is an indication that he does not have any healing utilities.
He barely got enough for O2 Esports. Both landed at the same time on top of Ruins, and both barely have enough to work around. I mean, if PA actually caught in the crossfire of SM9 from afar here, they might actually share the same boot as a muzzle. Spray have nothing left to do and nothing can run. Nowhere, no space at all. And if he picks out, try to run, SM9 will try to shut him down. And TALON on the other side too. This is going to be difficult for PA and O2 Esports. At least on the side of these two teams, they managed to trade off some points between each other. So it's not going to be empty-handed, even if they're being eliminated early.
Yeah, so some points, but if we make a comparison, PEA definitely needs more points than O2. O2 with the 2 points collected, they are at 38. PA with the 3 points collected, they're at 17. So they have still yet to breach the 20-point mark. And PA, final 2 members, they might be looking for Amazal, but at the same time doing a 2-in-1 while being aware of their surrounding, while they go from one location to another to loot. Because if we looked at their utilities, like Frankie, he's still pretty low in terms of his healing utilities and also his throwables. So no surprise there that they went to the closest house just to continue on their loot.
SM9, IGL, new IGL here playing for the side of SM9 Boo Boo, who is going to take his time to scout over while the rest of the teams are go for the looting phase, and that means he has to sacrifice for his own time of looting as well. Not looting up anytime soon, but we're hovering around towards the other teams. Seems like FaZe Clan and BTR. BTR, this seems to be surrounding Onsens right now. The rest of FaZe Clan might join in, but they might actually collide due to both players of BTR and FaZe Clan moving in the same direction.
Well, here we go. FaZe Clan gets the first advantage by eliminating a member of BTR. And that's a surprise for BTR now. They lost Zaxi in the process. As Lapa continues to monitor the situation, Mela goes up to the high ground. Satar is on the left side. Satar could surprise him, but Mela, smart enough to just drive around, trying to bait out the bullets out of Satar. And Vintores, he scored it against Lapa.
Trying to fight for those high grounds on the outskirts of bootcamp while they're trying to go for the checkpoints there. FaZe Clan and BTR. Gen 4 Snacks trying to do some damage control for his teammate, but it seems like BTR the one actually at loss here with 2 members down. Moment, can anybody pick them up? Mela coming in with a rush, finish off Gen Force, one of the pillar of player BTR yesterday. Now being finished off quite early, and FaZe Clan, they have casualty too. One being finished off in an instant, and they take another one out of equation, but they don't have any more time to waste. Here comes XERXIA closing in as well as NKT.
And Satar's trying to get away to safety. And he managed to get onto the lower ground, but not on the clear yet. FaZe Clan looking for the final member of BTR. At the same time, look at this. TALON is behind Satar. So Satar, sandwiched by 2 teams. Yoru is the closest one now.
Comes Nate, clearing off the corners. Yoru Being knocked down by perfect nade of Satar just now. Now going in to finish off the deal. Oh, it's the other way around. There you go, Satar. Not breaking any sweat on the side of BTR, but they definitely need to wrap things up. FaZe Clan, they still have the commitment to his BTR right now. Talon reposition. It feels like Talon's everywhere here today.
Yeah, Talon had to reposition themselves from probably the attempt of going towards where Satar was at the compound, but they had to reposition themselves down on the lower ground. And three of them hugging each other now, since they have lost one player. Now they know that someone's up there. So that will be at least information for them to decide on their next rotation by this coming stage.
Now, FaZe Clan, that was pretty smart. Knowing and hearing the rotation from these Xaviers, they pull back from the attempt to just flush the entirety of BTR just now. If not, they might call themselves as a third-party war if these Xaviers seems to be committing. But unfortunately, one of the members also being knocked down. Mela, can he still be safe? Omson's managed to reach in on time, but Lamborghini, unfortunately, the sprays did not connect. So the rescue mission will be underway while these Xaviers will not give them any space. Here comes the rush.
Here we go. The Xavier, they know that Mela is currently down. Onsens is the only one active and he will immediately be knocked down. Vin Torres is the only one up on the high ground. And the Xavier, someone has an idea that he's there. But before that, the Xavier finishes up the job, continue on their loot, and maybe try to find out where Vin Torres is at.
Is it going to be a bootcamp circle or will be just like at the fork of South Paradise Resort? We've seen that before. Maybe even still Painan. Who knows? Because if it ping pong all the way to down south, there'll be a couple of teams trying to book themselves on Painan, including Team Flash, Talon, even TODAK down there. But the rest of the other teams still have 3 teams on top of Ruins. It seems like Sam9 still commit themselves since stage 1 to scout out the rest of PA and the last player of W2 Esports, while the others are still fighting for the center.
Well, speaking about fighting, Vin Torres now needs to fight against Satar. And we move over to Misery, Talon. He'll be going up against a Team Flash, but his other teammates are behind him. At least he has some backup. Batman will be eliminated by Misery. Off another nade, beautifully done by Axel to knock down Gosu.
Painan war is going on. And we have Talon knocked down by Kwang of Team Flash. Here comes the Nate trying to finish off his knockdown, but he switched over to his left side. Hearing those pins taken out by Talon players here, he cancelled his knockdown eliminations. Yeah, FaZe Clan unfortunately have to bow out quite early, maybe due to DZ, but TODAK out of nowhere cross all the way uphill of Painan, finished things off.
Third party from the high ground, and TODAK stole that elimination point away. But Talon will be glad that they had some assist from TODAK, and they will be able to reset. It's going to be only Linux and Misery left after that fight, though. From one player losing Yoru first, they lost Axel next, and now 2 players left for the rest of the round. But for the Xavier, okay, we have Lamborghini in boot camp up against Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. We loved the interview before. While their rival's not playing yet, maybe they're gonna scout out on Boom. But Boom right now, when it comes to week number 2, their performance is just going under the hill and just down the drain. It's gonna be awkward for them not to make it Super Sunday. But for Lamborghini, unfortunately, it was a 2v1. I don't know where are the rest of these Xaviers. They took a fight here and there. I think Lamborghini was just trying to find a bonus, some loot or something they can just get out of bootcamp, but unfortunately the rest of the team is quite far apart.
Well, had to pay the price for it, for being alone inside a bootcamp, and with the presence of Alter Ego, there was hardly anything that he can do about it. But there will be something that NKT can do about the Boom Esports who's on the lower ground, as Triple F observes and monitors the situation. They're playing without Mr. Joe for the sign-out match this time. Now, Joker fires onto Boom, and that is a sure information given to Boom that somebody's behind the stone.
Boom reposition. Frenzy taking a bit of rotations towards the other side of a hill and maybe trying to find himself some covers if they were to open fire by NKT. NKT, they have some slight elevations, but Boom, at least there's a couple of structures they can take covers on, including those rocks in between. But hopefully there's no third party coming up. Frenzy taking a bit of a jab there, and there you go, knocked down. They definitely know some valuable information, but is it worth it to just sacrifice the members for that information?
Well, yeah. I guess they weren't prepared with the reposition of NKT. But in general, Boom Esports, they're not really fans of Sandhawk this season. In general, they haven't been doing too well in the Sandhawk match. And it seems like this is still an apparent problem for them, as NKT stole away that one elimination out of Frenzy. Boom Esports not really pushing on, but at some point they will need to, since the circle moved towards the left side where Bootcamp is at.
It's definitely going to be an advantage for these Avies that knows for a fact that we're going to be finished off on top of Bootcamp. They know a lot of people will be on top of Bootcamp by now. But Sam9 from the highs to the lows. Triple knocked by one player. And that was a huge blunder on the side of Sam9, leaving only Boo Boo to do the work right now, one by one, willingly giving their bodies to a side of TALON.
Well, we're seeing bodies drop now. Bodies on the floor. We have at least 3 casualties across the battlefield. One from XERXIA, Sam9, and Alliance. And Megamind finished up by Alpha 7 from Alter Ego. Alter Ego picks up their second point as the fight inside the bootcamp continues. Since the circle is going to be here, expect more teams to come.
What a clutch by Linux TALON just now. I want to see if he can actually finish off the last play of Sam9. That's going to be Woohoo. But XERXIA, greeted warmly by Alter Ego's hand grenade, multiple nades being tossed down. A Lion seems to be sharing the other side of a corner. Now XERXIA have to wrap around this quickly if they want to reset and revive, because if not, they might get sandwiched later. But Rosemary will not waste any more time. He's taking the lead, he's taking the charge. Boychill will try to find any sort of knockdown again, and New is on the ground. Boychill managed to hit one.
Wow, beautiful blind hit there by Boychill. Then that's going to be the signal for the other members of Alter Ego to move in. Alter Ego looks like Boychill is still holding on, but Rosemary is going to lead the charge. Now they're finding the remaining members of XERXIA behind the boxes. Okay, they spot one out. That's going to be RNJ. On the left side, there's another one as Rosemary comes in to finish off RNJ. And this is Alter Ego with a clean win against XERXIA.
Now it's going to be mano to mano between Sam9, Dap, and Linux. Sam9 just now, they lost the entire crew against Linux one by one, willingly giving him the bodies for Linux to shoot down. But Dap now challenging Linux, trying to take some redemption and revenge fight here. He hid himself in the UAZ, found it out by Linux, and that's going to be a done deal with a collateral explosion. Finish off Sam9, unfortunately. They will ended up quite early, taken out into the lobby back. Sam9 scored one, but just now we have the circle will commence another PEA. They survive on top of Kemal for the longest.
Yeah, and PEA still has a little bit of that circle. The circle still has that river. Man, this is crazy. But I believe at some point PEA would definitely need to cut across. So they might as well start to plan their move here. While we continue to observe bootcamp, because now D Xavier is entering the left side of it where Alter Ego has the middle of bootcamp.
NKT trying to fish anybody coming out from the blues, and unfortunately there's nobody else coming out this late, but maybe there's going to be a Boom player. Boom still taking out the blue. We do know stage number 4 will not be kind.
Yeah, not at all. Look at the damage of the Joker as he does not have any first aid, so he has to get out of the blue. But as he was running, Razy got Joker. So that's a revenge by Boom Esports onto NKT for their fallen teammate Frenzy.
And now that makes NKT going back in the U-turn, trying to find the rest of Boom. And they don't want to be backstabbed later, just like one of their teammate Joker early on. Triple F frantically try to find the rest of Boom players. But Razy, he's racing with the blue zone, and the God might spot him here.
There you go. At the same time, pressure by the blue. Razy will be knocked by it. Probably going to deny away the point. As now, Ponbit dancing around with Triple F, and Ponbit will go out to the blue as well. So point not given away to NKT.
But it's going to be the war or the crossfire on top of a triple fight. on top of Bootcamp Alliance. Alter Ego, look at how Rosemary split himself from the rest of the team. And actually will backstab Lions without their notice. Yeah, and Team Secret is on the other side. We have another team from the back. I assume that's probably going to be BTR or that's going to be D Xavier.
Yeah, the remaining members of the Xavier without Lamborghini, they've entered Bootcamp. So far the circle seems to be quite kind to the Bootcamp area, hence everyone's there. As for Leons, knocked down by Zeta. So looks like Alliance need to save their teammate. They look knocked by Rosemary. Oh, two teams actually looking at Alliance. At Alliance now, they need to reset quick because NKT have arrived.
NKT, the moment they just arrive, Olio will put the shotgun in their faces there, knocked down within a second and finished off cleanly. Rosemary, here comes a surprise. Hello, everybody. There's going to be a one awkward or Rosemary out of a north angle, dealing the backline by himself.
And here we go. Triple F eliminated by Vexy. Leon, he's back up again, but he needs to defend. Now, at the same time, we will observe the circle. PEA might not get the circle next, and not at all. The circle still has a good amount of water in it. The warehouse on top of Bootcamp will be occupied by VOIN Donkeys, while inside Bootcamp the fight continues on, and Alliance still holding out strong, but Jamie Obi being the final member eliminated by none other than Alpha 7, and Alter Ego still reigns supreme.
Now, that was a great follow-up by Alva. Managed to save Rosemary. Problem is, they don't have time to reset. And Katie and Xavier is now in contention as well. And don't forget about VOIN Donkey. They might actually shoot them from the back of that warehouse. Now, for the side of Alter Ego, despite Rosemary opening up so much opportunity for the team, unfortunately, nobody can save him right now.
Yeah. At this moment, because they're surrounded by so many teams, it's going to be so hard. Alpha 7, the moment he peek out the window, Levi's knocking back down. And Lynx will be knocked down as well. Team Secret, they have just arrived in this area. They're monitoring the situation, but the moment they arrive, Drowns in, will be knocked down by Levi's. But they're on the other opposite building of their opponent, so they should have the space to save their teammate.
You need to get up the rooftop for the side of Team Secret if they want to visualize the teams coming in there. TODAK on the other hand still trying to get himself inside of the safe zone, but unfortunately left with only Satar and the blue zone arrive, and Satar with the DBS this distance won't make the call. TODAK, they managed to dock themselves up on the southern side of the circle, but they did not know that to eSport, the muzzle seems to be swimming on just the outskirts of it.
Yeah, it looks like he will need to depend on the water area. If he goes inside Bootcamp, it's so crowded right now. But gotta give it to Amazal. He is still alive. Now he just needs to survive a little bit longer and start to collect placement points. Now, coming back into the fight inside the Bootcamp, D Xavier picking their own corner on the left side away from other teams. And it's going to be interesting though, because we're going to see stage 6 soon. If the circle goes entirely out of Bootcamp, all these teams will need to move together.
For the Xaviers, they have to open up the angles there. If they keep going as a cluster and indoors, they have no clue, might collide with another team, especially the teams that are actually not on top of Bootcamp. But we only have one team taking a circle just now, which could be VOIN Donkey for Amazel and TODAK. I mean, TODAK still not discovered Amazel. I mean, the one that actually they will spot out first is going to be PA. And PA, I mean, it's going to be a tough swim, buddy.
Yeah, PA. I mean, if they get into the moment they get into the water, they're probably known by their opponents on the other side. But Amaza, gotta give it to him. This guy's an Olympian now. But for Vexy, managed to get the knockdown to break. Now the fight inside of Bootcamp itself will continue on because all these teams will need to move out of it. And we got Team Secret, Alter Ego, DZ with 3 different teams inside of Bootcamp while they're being monitored by VOIN Donkeys on the other side.
Well, Alter Ego, despite their being in the center across all the other teams in the crossfire, they managed to hold their grounds quite strong and quite high defense as well. Team Secret, they tried to break it through, but unfortunately those nades will be tossed by his own teammate. GEEK chipped down for a bit. But here comes Soas trying to pin down Alter Ego. Alter Ego have to deal with 2 teams at the same time. These Avis on the other end, and Team Secret start to close in as well. Alter Ego, will they be sandwiched, or can they defend this 2 double push left and right?
Oh, look at the elimination free. VOIN Donkeys took out the members of TODAK. And they managed to secure a couple more points. And Soas will be knocked down. TALON Eliminator number 8 with 5 elimination points. Now Amaza will start to collect placement points from his survival from the start of the game. Alter Ego, already 10 eliminations, unstoppable. They're looking for more right now, stopping Team Secret from coming into the building. ParaGym with the snake being cooked up. And you gotta be careful not to land on your
what
teammate.
angle?
And what an angle to eliminate Boy Chill!
That was a big one by PUBG. Alter Ego was actually getting the numbers up and went on berserk despite two teams pushing at the same time. They managed to hold such a long time and ended up their run on the 7 plays at 11 elimination. But we're not done yet. DX versus Team Secret next in the blues and slightly just a bit. They need to get out. And KT waiting at the other end to clean up the job here.
Yep, here we go from the other end, like what you said. MKT will collect the point out of break, and now Levi's nice pre-spray to win the fight inside the bootcamp. He managed to make it, but now the God is going to be his next bane, as the blue will be on top of him as well. The God waiting patiently for Levi's to show himself, but the God needs to move too. At the back of the God, it's going to be VOIN Donkeys. VOIN Donkeys, no way for them to drop the ball right now. They'll definitely get the chicken dinner as the God goes down. But Amazal survived to a second place finish. You gotta give it to this guy.
He survived solo all the way since stage 1, swam across to the other side of the island and survived till second place. What was that play by Marzal? I mean, that's definitely a high value player by OT Esport. They cannot afford to swap him out, but we saw how VOIN Donkey just capitalized over the circle. It's definitely that chicken. Congratulations for VOIN Donkey. What a patient team we have here.
Yeah, they took the 3 warehouse on the north side of boot camp, and all they needed to do is wait for teams to come to them. And with that, they managed to collect 6 elimination points in the process, so that's going to be 16 points by VOIN Donkey in this round. No sweat for them this time. And if you kind of look at it, Potato didn't even receive a single damage. So that is how of an easy round that they had for themselves.
We haven't seen a lot of Zeta. I think they might have some strategy change or change of plan aside of VOIN Donkey. They're playing a bit more strategic compared to their previous run. In week number 1, they're getting more eliminations. This time they try to balance it out. Probably try to prepare themselves for week number 3 or even the grand finals. But we have to give the MVP for Vaxi this time with 2 eliminations, 733 damage. But VOIN Donkey feels that they can balance both firepower and their strategic rotations too.
And stay away from the most crowded area, which is boot camp. But guys in our boot camp, Alter Ego, Xavier, they still managed to make it as sort of teams for us to pay attention to. O2 is up here thanks to Amazal of his extremely well survivability. And look at his full squad time, only 41 seconds, and he made it through. But let's check out the best moments here. VOIN Donkey Chicken Dinner.
based on a circle just now. Alter Ego's taken the boot camp all by themselves the longest. We do know how great they are in offensive, but they definitely showed the other side of them, which could be their defensive part was pretty awesome too at 11 eliminations. But VOIN Donkey, they still scores quite a number of eliminations, plus the chicken at 16 points. Yeah, but 1 placement points, 11 eliminations. Seems like our streak with double-digit elimination has not dried out yet today.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego with the firepower is crazy in this round. But XERXIA would have wished that they had the level of firepower. No points at all for them this time, and that's the only team with a 0. So XERXIA, if you look at the overalls, their points are not doing that great. So 5 more games to go. They have to come up with a miracle run.
Now we're back to the points, and Alter Ego definitely going to push their numbers all the way. We have triple tight down there. These Avis, RQ, and Alter Ego seems to be hitting the same score, but we do know RQ is not playing here today, so I don't know how safe can they be by the end of today, because right now the numbers are going up for DX and Alter Ego. This dude team definitely going to take over the top 3 by end of today.
Yeah, though I'll be interested to see what's going to happen at the 8th onwards, right? So MORPH went down 54 points now. Roy is still close, 53 points, but yeah, Roy isn't playing. So Alliance, they do stand a chance to actually be in the top 8. Points are still very, very close. But moving on to the next page, so we do have teams being pushed down because some of the teams did perform. Team Flash, Sem9, XERXIA, TODAK, all of these teams pushed down, and they still have matches more to go.
Yeah, for O2 Esports, thanks to Amazel, they can actually make do again for week number 2, and they might actually get into the second Super Sunday this week, as long as they keep it consistently getting those points up despite not too much of eliminations, as long as it's all about survivability as well.
Well, these guys survive with their guns. Rosemary, the gunslinger here, 1,217 damage, and then we have Alva 7, 774 damage, followed by Vexy, 733 damage, Parajin, 693 damage. So Rosemary, this guy is definitely back for Alter Ego, and he played a crucial role in their defense of bootcamp against multiple teams coming in.
I think Rosemary definitely learned a lot from Tony K, despite we have some spicy interview early on against him and Tony K, because the way he positioned himself, he is trying to expand his skills more, because he's always good at being the off angle for the team. Now he's taking one step further, being behind them, being backstabber for the teams that they're focusing on, creeping and sneaking from behind. That's cheeky play, that's cute, and he can actually execute that. I love this progress coming out from Alter Ego, but will they be found out by the other teams later on if they play the same in the Erangel?
Yeah. And also for the record, they are fans of Sandhog, but we are moving on to Erangel after this, so let's see if they can keep that consistency, keep that momentum in a fresh new map here. We're going to play the next 2 Erangels before we head on to a break, just as usual, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back, it will be the final Erangel. So this will be the most played map in any day of our tournament. Hence, it has to be the most mastered map by any of these teams in order to be successful.
Even though we just finished our Sunhawk run, which is going to be only once per day, but I think it's safe for us to call Alter Ego for now the Kings of Sunhawk, because that marks their 3rd chicken dinner in Sunhawk after they wrapped that round just now. So I think they're pretty confident when it comes to Sunhawk, but I do want to see if they can actually execute the same sort of play in the Erangel. If they can even master Erangel, now that's going to be tough for the other teams to take over, and Alter Ego might take the trophy away this season.
Wow, okay. That's a very early call there, but we will mark that for sure. We'll mark that they are looking to be the top contenders still this season. As compared to like the team who won like twice back-to-back, Boom Esports, not having the best of season so far. Alter Ego is still up there consistently, I must say, and they'll definitely put on a challenge to any other team, whether it's Vampire Esports or whether it's the Xavier, whether it's you name it, right? This team is still definitely the S tier team that other teams will need to pay attention to.
speaking of teams that we should focus on and pay attention to, is going to be, I won't worry for this team to make it into the grand finals, right? Like Vampires, they're not playing, but we do know about the rivalry. Can they contest for the trophy? And for Alter Ego, I mean, okay, these Avians definitely going to get into the grand finals based on how they perform for the past 2 weeks here. But for the other teams, though, we're talking about that didn't make it through for week number 1. This is their time to finally make do what they have lost in week 1. So they need to do whatever it takes to get into Super Sunday week 2.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there's still a good amount of teams who did not make it. I mean, it's only like the first Super Sunday, so naturally that happens. So looking at the guys here, right? So let's see if they'll be able to get through here. Team PANDUM, Alliance, TODAK, XERXIA, Team Flash, Infinity, Quick VIP, and PEA. And just as you mentioned about TODAK, they made a change into their lineup, and they are still in desperate need of a lot of points.
Real to swap with Cleon. They're gonna have to wait and see will that actually make a comeback for TODAK in Wrangle itself. But other than that swap, I don't see anybody else actually doing some swap. You're gonna see a Flyboy coming in and out. Surprisingly, nothing coming out here from Flyboy today. But back towards the other teams, some of them are cheering, some of them are having a laugh. But I do know OT Esports is always going to be fun for them. For now, they are laughing. Can they still smile by the end of this round? We're going to have to wait and see. But let's jump into a wrangle.
And it is Erangel number 1 for day number 3 in the group stage. Here we go, and flight path looks like we're going to cut across a Gaka. This should be a flight path that's somewhere in the middle of the map, horizontally. Yep, there you go. Cutting across Pachinki and ending in the area of Milta Power. So this flight path is okay, but for teams like O2 who like to drop the Saberni, maybe they might want to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle and head up north and stay clear of other teams while they tussle for those vehicles.
Well, they're trying to steer in clear as much as they want to. It depends on the circle still. We might actually have another Pachinki outskirts circle because it has been quite a number. Even to put on the hills, we got ourselves either on top of it or on the outskirts or even school. There's a lot of centralizing circle for the past 2 weeks now. We only got twice SMB and maybe 3 or 4 times on the northern side. Nothing too extreme depending, but at least this fight path kind of offers a player a lot of comfort zone to play with, which gonna be they can drop anywhere they fancy without colliding with another team too early on. So it's depending on the circle, tucked into one corner or not.
Yeah, so the circle will be on the left side, and we do have a percentage of water. And there's also a chance that the circle might go up north into North Jogo Pool, shooting range area. Though the majority of the circle is around the South Jogo Pool, Hospital Gaka-ish area. Teams might be anticipating that the circle potentially will go there. Like there's a higher chance that it will be on the main peninsula. But if the circle does scam and it goes all the way up north, that's where we see the race for the top to happen.
Yep, this circle pretty hard to read out, honestly. Left side so far, not many for the teams to occupied enough for the land to river ratio or water ratio. And there's some water, not a lot, not around 50, but 30% still going to be rough. But no first contact meet due to the flight path as well, so we assume it's going to be peaceful loot, but it depends on when before we hit to stage number 2. We do know when it comes to this sort of circle, a lot of teams will try to migrate towards the left side before even hitting stage number 2.
Yeah, so expect that to happen for sure, and they might want to do it fast since there might be very little space to play with early on. Now that we have a good percentage of water in the first circle at least. So everyone would want to try to get those hot spots, whether it's maybe the Gatka Mountain, maybe like high ground around Hospital, maybe the left side of Jogo Pool. So those are some of the key spots. And maybe even shooting range, if any team were to choose to like play up north away from their regular spot. But Rosemary, he chose eliminations. Look at this. What the highest stats that we've seen so far. 2.4 on average.
Playing with 3 and 2 fingers, 3 on the left, so it's 5-finger player here. Something that we can learn about. We're definitely going to see a lot of those maps with another finger just happen to be triggered towards the side of minimap. For Rosemary, I love how he actually keep expanding his skills every single season. We get to see some new plays. I mean, first season we actually see him, he's never under the spotlight yet, coming in as a rookie player. But he shows what a remarkable firepower that time. And he was actually working out as a team. They're working as a cluster. They're moving in unison as a unit. Not really how he actually at right now. These days, his individual skills on a different level compared to his day one back in his debut days. If you can see how he actually gained more confidence about his own skill play, he opened up so many angles for the team and just wide all the way to the back, giving so much opening.
Yeah, former player of GPX back in the day, before the partnership between MORPH and also GPX, and that time he was scouted by Alter Ego. Ever since then, he had the best of his career within Alter Ego, winning championships, getting MVPs, and still able to maintain this level of consistency. And what I like about Rosemary is that not only inside the game, he's able to show his stuff, but we saw from that interview earlier on the outside the game as well, he has great personality in front of camera. He's able to come up with interesting answers as well, and he's starting to be a well-rounded player, I must say.
Yep, when it comes to his personality on in front of a cam, I love that he actually just started to build up that personality, that charisma. That he used to be very shy. He used to be quite nervous talking in front, but I think he's used to it by now. He got lots, dozens, millions of interviews possibly in a year, and that built up such a grown up players. I assume that we're growing up and growing all these players as well, Cloud, after so many years.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if anyone reversed, then it's going to be Benjamin Button. Definitely none of us are with the name of Benjamin Button, so that's a natural progression for everyone. But it's for top players like this, it's age. Nobody can deny it, right? Except Benjamin Button. But what can be done is to slow down aging. And when we come to aging, it's not only like talking about looks and all that, but also what affects you as a player, the mechanical skills, the awareness, the eyesight, and all that. And this is what keeps them on top. But Boom will need to be on top now, as they were started off with VOIN.
And Boom. Questionable performance in this season here. Despite they got quite a great achievement for the entirety of 2024, back-to-back champions. Been holding the trophy for Southeast Asia for twice in a row now. But it will be pretty awkward if they don't make it through this Super Weekend. Oh, sorry, this Super Sunday. So I don't know what's the plan for Boom. Are they trying to do some new stuff coming on? But because right now the numbers seems to be like not reflecting of their past achievement right now.
Not at all, but at least they start off with the first blood, and they're always not fans of Sanhao. So sometimes I do wonder, right? I had this thought is that, okay, you don't start off well in Sanhao, you're not fans of it, like they look like they carry on the bad juju into the following round, like mentality wise. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more, as we'll observe what's going to happen here between NKT and BTR now with GenForce down, and they're spending time in the blue, stage 1.
Here comes a chase between BTR and NKT. Triple F still gonna play for this one. We don't see a lot of Mr. Joe here today, so NKT, they definitely want to stay with this lineup for probably even next week for the starter lineup. NKT playing with the blue. It will be get capped by BTR. The one they got out from the blue, not yet. BTR will have to cover fire themselves and try to shoo away the rest of NKT, who are hot on their trails. BTR back towards their vehicle, but I don't think NKT will just give it away yet. They are quite persistent here.
Yeah, they seem to want to find the other members of BTR. And GenForce, Okay, he'll definitely go out. The god is there to finish him off, and he will take his loot from there. While we observe the next phase of the circle. How far NKT is from the circle, since the stage 1 is still okay, but they also need to pray that Team Secret doesn't come by. But look at the circle! Such a hard circle, it's 50-50!
Oh, this is the circle where we actually saw the buggy inside of those river around the bridge actually being utilized by Tony K. He's caught himself 10 eliminations, one of the highest by far as an individual in a single map. So I want to wait and see if the other teams actually learn from Vampires before, since they are not playing here. Will they call and pull off another same stunt? But for the other teams that are still playing in the blue zone, Team Secret, they don't want to overstay themselves. Let's have a bit of a replay for Boom against VOIN.
Yeah, straightforward knock by Pombit to get 1. And as you pan over to Team Secret, yep, NKT, to a certain extent, they're hoping that Team Secret did not pass by, or will not pass by, but they did, and they took out Joker. So they got ×2 loot from GenForce as well as Joker. Now, elimination feed is rolling, involving FaZe Clan and XERXIA. We do have them on screen now.
On the northern side of the river, they got himself inside of a circle, but unfortunately for XERXIA, they just arrived a bit later. FaZe Clan have to go through the smoke, and he didn't see what coming in. And they are losing members. They're down to only Onzens left against the entire crew of XERXIA. They're coming in a bit later. Seems to be faring well for the Monzens. He needs to reset now, but the rest of the crew is coming in. They might actually discover him around the corner, and they be spotted out. RNJ finished off with Nui as well. That's going to be lost of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, only 1 point for FaZe Clan this time. And if we look at the overalls, FaZe Clan 40 points. Oof. With 4 more games to go for FaZe Clan, mathematically it's still doable to potentially hit that at least historically 80-point magical number. So let's see if FaZe Clan can actually do the comeback in the following round. But for now, we'll be focusing on to the remaining 15 teams. And what I did notice is that there are a good amount of teams on the north side of the circle shooting range area. So it's kind of 50-50 now, split, roughly split 50-50 between like all the teams that we have now.
Now, these Xaviers, they don't have a lot of too flashy plays. Like how Alter Ego, we show some bang and boom. But for these Xaviers, they're very consistent. One of the most disciplined team across Southeast Asia, honestly, across all the entire series, the entire league, so many seasons. They're always up there. But sometimes they take the trophy, yes, but it has been a while since that happened. VOIN Donkey taking the Gakkan Mountains might actually be the contest, or the one that will give some pressure to the side of these Xaviers, but Sam9 won Gakkan Mountains as well.
Yeah, Gakkan Mountain is still pretty decent until the next circle shifts. Oh man, oh, it went from bad to worse now. Still split by the river, and there's that small island in between the north and the south. BTI is closest to it though. I wonder would BTI want to go there.
It's going to be tough if they want to take themselves a very small patch of island, but it's not impossible as long but there's nothing on top of that very small patch of land. It's not even an island to start with. Sam9, now they have to give away this position because nobody wants Gakkan Mountains anymore. It's not going to be inside of a circle, barely at the edge of it probably. But based on the circle just now, it's going to be a bit of a water fight later on. I want to see if somebody want to put the buggy in and try to do whatever they did by Vampires before. I don't know if that's even allowed, but we're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be some compound fights between Boom and VOIN Donkey on top of Ruins right now.
Well, rule-wise, I'm sure it's allowed. Circumstances-wise, well, we'll need to monitor the situation. There is still a possibility that that might happen. But let's see who's going to take the courage to actually pull that one off. As for TODAK, from the side now, blows up their vehicles. Probably the buggy is already smoking up, so might as well. Don't take that risk of leaving a smoking up vehicle in front of you, or you might be knocked as it could be shot by other teams. So TODAK is going to stay clear of other teams for now, even though they have a full squad. Take the chill pill. But for XERXIA, okay, they're riding into the circle. There are teams close by. I noticed that Team Flash has one player, but they're not making the engagement just yet. So XERXIA can focus entirely onto the circle now.
Team Flash do get some info here. I don't know where are the rest of Team Flash. I think this is going to be just the scouter. Kwang will feed all the information towards the rest of Team Flash players. But how would they respond to this? No, he's actually the scouter for the team. Yeah, the rest of the team just arrived. For XERXIA, they got those elevations, but the curves kind of blind them from Team Flash positions as well. It's not just XERXIA on this end. We do know there's going to be another team on the north too. But XERXIA just made it through and Team Flash greeted them. And we have another team right across Team Flash as well.
Yeah, so now that Team Flash is coming in later, expect more teams to be around since we are stage 3 coming to stage 4. XERXIA and O2. Here we go, by the edge of the circle with O2 on the outer side and XERXIA on the inner side. Now we got to be extra careful because one of the players of O2 tries to go for the flank and a nade onto Megamind, followed up by a shot. Megamind, a knockdown.
Happened to just in the crossfire in the side of O2 Esports. Megamind cannot be safe for now. Nui Peridillo himself, another knockdown on XERXIA as the circle shift on that patch land of nothingness in there, but there's some curves and some high grounds, of course. But XERXIA back towards their fight. Unfortunately, they lost a couple of members. Heavy casualty. I think the entire crew just being eliminated just now. It's next O2 versus Team Flash.
Oh, Kid got knocked down. Right now, O2. Again, it's going to be Amazar, the last man standing for O2. Let's see if he'll be able to survive, just like how he did inside the Sandhawk match. He would drive his vehicle into the water. Okay, so he's going to start it off. And let's see how long he'll be able to hold there. But for now, the patch of island in the middle, nobody's there yet.
I feel like a deja vu now. Exactly this angle. But if you try to stand on top of the vehicle here, the angle is not perfectly well, but it's slightly being sink down, so maybe you can stand on top of that vehicle later on, just like how Aquaman did it. That's going to be aka Tony K and Stone for yesterday's matches. But TALON, on the other hand, they just cutting across into the circle, but there's going to be Sam9 waiting. Boo Boo is always hot on the tails of other teams, and TALON and Sam9 might have to take this fight either way.
Oh, Alliance in the fight with Team Secret as well. So one of the members of Team Secret looks like got eliminated. As for TALON, looking for the member of Sam9 while Xavier passes by. Okay, Sprain! Nice tracking there. And it came for actually Boo Boo Hoo. Boo Boo Hoo got knocked down immediately. Levi's now kinda low. Yoru hoping to land that nade. Okay, Firen together with that right, but this nade could be devastating for them. Sent across. The other members of Sam9 knocked as well, and TALON has the last laugh.
And TALON got 2 in 1, that 2 team at the same time. And Misery found himself a quite an interesting angle too. Might stop these Xaviers from coming in, and he just slightly missed one track. But lucky enough, there's a cover vote on the other side. Thanks to Yoru to follow up. They got themselves 2 teams in a row, possibly for TALON. But where's the last member of Sam9? We don't see him yet. He's still going to be Yohai swimming.
Yeah, he joins Amazal in the water, it seems, so he's going to avoid every other fight. But for Alliance, they're going to not avoid this. They land into the water house and they're going to take a fight against Alter Ego. While we look at the river, oh, TODAK, they are searching for the final fish called Yuhai.
Irony, the fish, the one actually went fishing here today. Links with the Scar L, hoping for any breath taker. On the surface, trying to wait for the rest of the swimmers to have their surface back on top. And Yuhai, he got himself the buggy, so he tried to work things out here by himself. But unfortunately, he couldn't last long enough. Need to resurface, just take a breather and scout it out by Iftar. He did not miss that one. It's Iftar we're talking about, by the way.
And finally, TODAK scores their first elimination this round. But we're back on the water house. Okay, wow. We observe the water house. We also take this moment to observe the circle. Nobody's really in that small patch of an island, but TODAK is the closest to it. And it's not a bad idea to go to the island, but because circle shifted towards the southern side, teams up north, PA, TALON, NKT, and Team Flash will need to move down south.
It's going to be interesting if the circle just lasted long enough on that small patch of land in the center. It's quite open, by the way, and everybody trying to swim over will definitely be shot down as well. So we're going to be having a lot of fights coming up from the southern side if the circle shifts slightly to the north and just moving to the patch of land. Vaxi, VOIN, and we also have none other than, I think the red one probably going to be TALON or perhaps NKT. You correct me, I'm wrong, but it's going to be, Team Secret on the other end. So for VOIN Donkey, this is going to be tough for them to cut across the other side of the circle.
Oh, man. Oh, wait a second. Jimmy OP. Looks like a vehicle blown up in his face and he got knocked down. Not the best of situation to happen. But I'm looking over at the patch of land. Looks like we have a team that has entered it, and that's going to be Team Flash. They're going to occupy that area for now. As for the Waterhouse, we have at least 4 different teams inside of the Waterhouse, and potentially stage 5, the Waterhouse might not be in the circle. It does look like a high potential that the circle will go to the small patch of an island.
Yeah, let's go to that small patch land because just make it difficult for the players, right? And Katie come up from north. They will have to cut across PE if they want to make it out alive. So they have to force this fight either way. And PA, they can just go for a retreat. But at the moment they will try to swim over the other side. And it's going to be Team Flash and NKT to deal with at the same time. So might as well just deal with NKT since they got at the rim of the circle. But don't forget about the last winning player of O2 still in there somewhere. It's always going to be amazingly survived by the end of the day. PEA, they got the bunkers. NKT, on the other hand, they're not that patient anymore as the blues start to shrink in.
Yeah, Amazal still with his vehicle by the very edge of the circle, so he can still on to stage 5, but maybe not stage 6, so he'll need to consider that later on. But for now, PEA holding off teams. NKT, one of them will go out to the hands of PEA, but no, it's actually stolen away by BTR. So PEA, after all their work, they still scored nothing.
Painful to watch. But once fun watching everybody else fighting, it's gonna be a muzzle. Back to TALON. They are crossing the bridge between Team Flash and TODAK. I think TODAK definitely will greet them with fires on the other side. And lucky enough for TALON, they left Yuri behind just to scout out the rest of the teams that's waiting at the other end of the bridge. Team Flash, they resort to swimming too. So we have a lot of swimming Olympic down here. And this is going to be your contestants.
Oh, here we go. More points will be collected by TALON for sure. But, oh, maybe it's stolen away. Okay, keeping an eye on the elimination feed because PE is interested as well. Axel cooking up the snake. Lobs it onto Batman. Batman takes damage. Axel secures it onto Zeus. And now Batman abandoned his vehicle. But look at the circle. Man, this circle is just insane. But BTR has it.
Very decisive circle indeed. TODAK and TALON. TALON down to only 2-man stands. And that's going to be one knockdown as well. Team Flash and TODAK. It's going to be some skirmish. Quite overcrowded up there. PA on the other hand, they are quite confused whether to take the left or right side of the fight. But don't forget about the southern side here, Clan. We still have a lot of teams around the compounds anywhere.
Yeah, from the Waterhouse we need to exit. For TODAK, looks like Lynx will exit back into the lobby. Have been eliminated. Nate sent across onto NKT. The God. Nate just beside him. Ooh, that's a lot of damage there, but he have no space to move. PA still in front of NKT. And PA, they secured one elimination point so far. They want to get more out of NKT. If only they continue to rain the nades down. But at the same time, they need to observe the smoke behind them where TODAK is at.
We still have 10 teams with very little land to work with for the other teams who's still not inside of the circle. This is going to be ridiculously hard for them to get into, but BTR taking on NKT players. B8 is still going for the guns. And BTR, Zuxi tried to reach out, but he overpicked himself. The moment he tossed those smokes, there'll be some bullets flying over his direction.
Okay, spray by Rush. Managed to get that one knock. Okay, one more to go. But he's not able to land the shot because the member of NKT is behind that rock. As they move back over onto the Waterhouse, Alter Ego and the Lions now just right in front of each other with other teams around them as well. So they need to be aware of this current situation. Alter Ego navigating around, getting into the circle while managing Alliance at the same time. Triple F will go out to rush.
Alter Ego down to 3, but they still can defend this, even though they've been sandwiched between Boom, Alliance, and VOIN Donkey. Is doable. PA, on the other hand, they are on the rise. I don't know how much elimination they secure. I think not too much still. But across the board, they have around 3 or 4 eliminations by now. Alliance still having themselves put a hold. The circle still barely have enough space for the southern team, but it's not going to be enough time now. In less than 1 minute, we get to know the stage number 7 circle will still favors the southern team. But Alliance and VOIN Donkey, as well as Alter Ego, even Boom, try to fight it out here. This is going to be difficult.
Oh man. I wonder how Boom is really going to surface themselves to gain those elimination points. But anyway, BTR is the happiest of the bunch. They just eliminated TODAK at number 9 with 6 elimination points. Oleo nailed down by Octa. And Leon's down as well. Looks like Alliance, they could be taken out by 2 teams at the same time. Now that the elimination feed roll, knowing that Alliance has casualties.
Next casualty, probably this Nate by Bocho, who's propping it up, trying to find a good angle just on top of a rooftop. They couldn't find adequate right now. Alva trying to find any windows that kind of open for them. And he has to be sure that he will get their backs covered, which could be Boom coming up from behind. But BTR spotted up PA. I mean, that small patch of land definitely works so well for PA. But unfortunately, the circle just moved away. And the southern team, at least, they still have some bit of a circle to work.
And the circle, speaking about that, is right on top of BTR. Waterhouse! Here we go. We're back onto here. Alter Ego trying to find the remaining members of Alliance. Alva knocked down by Bombi from Boom Esports. But they are in the building. Now Alva 7 is right across the Rosemary. As for Alliance, now they are still trying to hold on to this. But for how long though? Do they truly have the circle still? I mean, it is just so tight, it's kind of hard to tell. But what we can tell is the name from Vexi will eliminate Alpha 7.
That's breaking the formation for Alter Ego. They're down to 2 men now with Boom start to creep in. There's also VOIN Donkey still breathing behind that neck. A missile final being scouted out by Boom. How much longer can he survive? Can he still play the top 2 as he going solo all the way? Alliance, Alter Ego. Alter Ego, the problem with them right now, they need to deal with this. But unfortunately, they kind of sandwich between Boom and VOIN Donkey as well from the back.
Man, you had to point out Amazal's survivability is just insane. He's still in the game right now, but Ponbit will make sure that Kiddo will not be in the game. Now he tries to find his second target. Rush will go towards Kiddo to try to revive him back up. At the same time, BTR now being rushed in by the other members of Team Secret and Satar. Nice jump shot down to the lower ground and helped by his other teammates. Team Secret did not make it as the defense kicked in by BTR.
BTR seems to be on the run of domination here right now with 7 eliminations already secured and another one bites the dust. It's going to be W2D3 Esports. PA, surprisingly, they managed to survive within that patch of land just now and swam through on the north side of Circle. Alliance, they're surrounded left, right, center with Octa coming up from behind VOIN Donkey, and this is the place where Jimmy don't want to stay at. I feel like the grenades will be flying over that window square the next minute he try to pick out.
Oh, Alliance have been holding on to this building for the longest time. VOIN Donkeys now, we need to move. Look at the circle. It shifted away. It went to the bridge area. Right now, BTR will need to move forward as well. PA in the circle. Alliance Oleo knocked down again. And now we can see there's a rush in here by VOIN Donkeys. Looking for another opportunity. And Vexi will get Jimmy. This is another opening for VOIN Donkeys.
Vaxi just vaxing all the other players. What a huge nade toss here by him today, opening up such an opportunity for the entirety of VOIN Donkey. But Arctic Luke still have the fight in him. He will fight back all he can. Try to reload on a UMP, didn't have time to revive as well. He needs to pop smoke, but smoke, he has none of them right now. And Olio can be revived and rescued as long as there's no more hand grenades flying over to this side. At least a Lion, they can pick up their members, but do they have enough health utility to work?
Well, at least Oleo has bandages, so that's the best that he has right now. At the same time, another name will be set across. Oleo still alright. Now they were going for the rush in, and looks like Oleo will be eliminated, but no trade back. Are they looking start as well? So number 5 for Alliance.
Here comes what a nade, a double down at there by Razia and Pombit. VOIN Donkey, the moment we thought they are winning this, boom, out of nowhere, just appearing and here just there for the right circumstances and on point as well. We're down to the Indonesians finale here and BTR can still make it through with 3 players. Boom as well, but VOIN Donkey, that one particular player, can they have a reset and revive?
Oh, VOIN Donkey, they do have some space. Okay, the reset, the revive at least managed to happen. The reset will happen as well. Now, stage 9. Pombit will be knocked out by Razak. Okay, here we go. Frenzy is still holding down the line. Pombit is calling towards Frenzy, hoping for a pickup, but the space might not allow him to do so. As now the rush will happen. Vexy together with Razak is going to be a 2v1 against Frenzy. Frenzy will fall back with his teammate.
Razak found out the rest of Boom right now. He got himself in and tucked into one corner, but they don't have those hand grenades to toss over. It's going to be a perfect angle. They can actually toss one. Unfortunately, have to resort with smoke, but BTR, they might actually have a shot at the chicken dinner. They're not being contested at all. All they need to do is just pick at the right time. The moment they engage between Boom and VOIN starts, it's going to be now go time for BTR as well.
Oh, and Boom Esports wins the fight against VOIN Donkey, and now BTR is their time to go. Razy is now down on his knees, and BTR will come back here with the chicken dinner. This is their chicken dinner in Rango number 1.
What a massive team fights all over across the entirety of the circle due to what an unusual circle as well. I mean, the southern part of the circle just now is stage number 5. These teams had faith that the circle would favor them till the very end and lasted them that long to go against all the other teams surrounding in the same compound with the different buildings. But for the chicken dinner, definitely BTR fought their way for this. Congratulations, BTR Knights.
Ooh, the chicken dinner that they need to boost themselves up to a potential direct qualifier into the Super Sunday. Let's check out how many eliminations did they get this time. So they got themselves 8 eliminations, so that's 18 points. And to know that's what they feel all their senior players to score this chicken dinner. The circle did favor them as well, and while they got the circle, they also got elimination points at the same time. So well managed by BTR.
Yeah, despite the working out as a trio and lost Gem Force way early on, things did work out for BTR till the end of the day. But our MVP, we have to give it to Laporte. 3 eliminations with 816 damage. That number did not tally up, but Laporte did so much work for the team.
Oh yeah, 816 damage despite only 3 eliminations. So he did a lot of work there in terms of the damage department for BTR. But other notable teams as well. Boom Esports. At least this is a way better performance than the Sunhawk match. They're up here as well, together with VOIN Donkey, who made it to a 3rd place finish. But we also got to give it to PEA. It was really busy up north, but they're still able to come up here as one of the teams to watch. So also great work by PEA. But let's relive the best moments here by BTR's chicken dinner.
Now let's tally up the numbers, shall we? 8 eliminations by BTI and 18 points of total. That's going to be their number 1 spot with that chicken dinner just now. And then Boom got himself 7 eliminations. Same goes for VOIN Donkey, but the difference is just going to be that one point of placement points. That's going to be our double digit at top 3. Hey, this is the best round so far.
Yeah, collected 7 points, so they'll definitely be in above the 20-point mark. But on the other side of the page, it looks like nobody went out without any points at all. But we got Sem9, Xavier, and FaZe Clan with 1 point each. So for these three teams, Sem9 and FaZe Clan, they could use a couple more points. So with 1 point, they need to make the most out of their remaining 4 rounds after this. Alter Ego, 3 points, but with their current performance, it should still be alright. Still be on track for Alter Ego.
Now for FaZe Clan, they're starting off their day at 13.7 point at the start of the day. I want to see how much they progress when it comes to the 2 maps right now. They got himself 37, remember that number. But for the top 2 now, definitely not moving. I feel like the next map, definitely Alter Ego will take over PANDUM in the next one. And it's going to be a no-brainer. Probably these Xaviers too, because of how close the gap between these 2 teams are. And the rest of them coming up from Group C that finish off their 12 maps run. But TALON, Alliance and BTI is also on the rise, so this is definitely going to push a lot of Group C teams down there.
Yeah, and at least for Alliance, they are now in the top 8. Let's look at some of the push downs here. So Sem9 pushed to number 23 and 31 points as of now. XERXIA pushed down to 22, 31 points. A bit of a rise for BOOM ESPORTS and TODAK as they collected a decent amount of points in the previous round. Same goes for Team Flash as well and VOIN Donkeys here. But they need to be in the top 8. That's going to be today's objective. So 4 more rounds to go. It could still happen if they can come up big in the remaining 2 rounds.
And we have the head-to-head comparison between Lapa and Pombit. I love this comparison. These 2 players pretty much almost similar when it comes to the gameplay as well. But damage-wise, 816, a bit more, a bit to it overing on Lapa's side. Here, you're seeing this for elimination and even assist. Unfortunately, Pombit, we always see him being knocked down early than the rest of them. This time, at least he survived a bit more longer, but he's going to be taking the number 1 set award here.
5 knocks. And the other SAT award winners are Vexy, Zaxi, and Jimmy. All 3 of them with 4 knocks each. Oh, looks like Pombit is in the forefront as compared to others, and they all came from different teams. But at least BOOM ESPORTS, they secured overall, that is, a decent amount of eliminations. So at least there's something to be happy about.
True. And speaking of which, another team that we did not focus enough is also going to be Alliance. Now, we definitely know when it comes to week number 1, they did not make it through their Super Sunday. Their points are still A-okay, within reach to get themselves in the top 8 this time for the Super Weekend, but it's quite unpredictable. I hope they don't actually pull like how RQ did yesterday. I mean, they definitely have the chance, but it seems a bit shorter by the end of the day if they keep on running dry with players too early on.
Yeah, but not too early for the Indonesians to raise their flag here. VOIN Donkeys and BTR scored the first 2 chicken dinner. And also to note that the top 3 teams in the previous round, they came from the Indonesian region. So far today, in general, the Indonesian teams are doing well. But there are some teams who needs to do a lot more better from the Indonesian region. So looking at you guys, BOOM ESPORTS, because even Alter Ego caught them as one of the top contenders, in which they definitely are, but they need to put the numbers on the board.
Yeah, right now it's not reflecting how they used to be for BOOM. I don't know what happened. I wish we can actually get an interview from BOOM coach staff, because the coaching staff definitely have a better view about what they are planning and what they are aiming for when it comes to this season, right? Because it feels like very different BOOM. Maybe they're waiting it for the last minute push, but I don't think it's going to be worth it to jeopardize on that. A bit of a gamble. And BOOM definitely kind of a bit disappointing, really.
Well, at least bright side wise, 4 more games to go, so let's see what they can come up with. If not able to get in directly into the top 8, at least they put themselves in a comfortable spot moving into the last chance qualifiers. That will be okay as well. But as of now, the points that they have collected, even though if they move into the last chance qualifiers, as of now, with the current amount of points, it's not that comfortable too.
Yeah, we did mention about MORPH as well. It seems like they're sharing the same boat as Boom. When it comes to Super Sunday, they are among the bottom team too. I mean, like, if they don't perform when it comes to their group stage and they just save it for later during Super Sunday, so we kind of get the idea. Right now, even their Super Sunday week number 1 did not portray as much as we hoped for. I don't know what really happened, but they need to work things out now. If not, it will drag all the way even down to this week to Super Sunday.
Yeah, so 4 games to go, and the potential push could happen because we do see, at least from the previous round, some teams on page 2 starting to come up and do a better work, and naturally that will push down some of the other teams that did not perform. Alter Ego definitely not one of those teams that are not performing. They're doing really well so far today, despite not scoring the chicken dinner yet, but in general, they have been doing okay. As long as they bring the points in, they'll be fine.
Yep, it's always going to be double digits so far by the side of Alter Ego, and the most aggressive and most points out of Group B right now, taking the lead at number 1 when it comes to comparing those points gathered in a day. It's still going to be Alter Ego, and the gap stretch between them and the others is quite significant. Now, can anybody stop Alter Ego from getting another double digit, or will we have finally seeing Boom back in this Erangel?
And here we go! One more Erangel before we head on to the break, and after the break, well, expect substitutions to happen. Flight path wise, I do see Jogopool on top of this plane, and we're going to have a slightly different flight path, this time from the northern side, Jogopool, all the way down to Milta Power. So the 2 teams that like to drop into military base, and also Novo, Team Secret, they will need to probably either hover around the parachute for a bit longer, or drop somewhere else, grab a vehicle, and then go down to Novo.
But to just float around with that parachute, you know, there will be a lot of eyes watching. We saw how aggressive these teams can be. They try to take anybody down, even with a pistol. We've seen a lot of pistol fight early this week as well. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind early clashes when it comes to the moment they drop themselves in their hot drops or their initial drop spot. But Circa haven't popped yet, but I'm looking at Sam 9 and D Xavier. This is gonna be super interesting.
Normally D Xavier goes to Pachinki, but yeah, they are really close by each other. Sam 9 grabs the vehicle. And looks like they were going to move away from D Xavier as they still go to Pachinki. But when it comes to the circle, it's potentially, there's a slight potential that we might see a similar scenario as before.
Maybe this time we ended up on top of Ruins, who knows, right? Or maybe it just shoveled away down south, or maybe around Gakka region, who knows? We're gonna have to wait and see for stage 2 and 3 to finalize when it comes to the compounds they need to take for the teams. But BTR hovering around quite far apart from each other. I assume they try to scout things out within the teams to get some vehicles around the corner, so maybe that's gonna be the case, but at least it's quite vacant around them, so still be safe.
Yeah, as of now, the keyword is safe, and nobody got eliminated, so we haven't seen the first blood yet. Everyone got to their spots, and it will be interesting to see this circle again. Since it's more concentrated around the area of Gakka, right? So it might not be as fast-paced as before because you got more land to play with. But if you kind of think about it as well, there could be another narrative to this, right? That teams at the very, very end might start to have that, okay, nothing to lose sort of mindset, and they might want to go around and look for elimination points just to give them that final push before the last chance qualifiers.
I think they have pretty much more towards everything to lose sort of mindset, because if they don't push now, their numbers when it comes to last chance stage is also not so comfy. So I think they might take their chances. I agree when it comes to the teams that have to just push their limits here. Today is going to be the day, especially at the very bottom. We do know that, you know what, it's now or never, because tomorrow is going to be rough for them when it comes to last chance stage because of how big the gap between them and the rest of the teams that didn't make it in Group C. They're still going to have quite comfortable start compared to the teams that are playing here today. So they want to finish at least around their 40s or 50s here just to have a better start tomorrow.
Yeah, whatever it is, even though you're at last place, still go for it for the points for tomorrow. But look at Lapa, okay, M416 and also S12K. So one thing about the S12K is that it has been starting to be a popular weapon for these teams. A shotgun that can shoot multiple times back to back, arguably even better than the DBS, because the DBS, yes, one click you can shoot like 2 bullets, but if you miss, basically you miss 2 bullets. But at least for the S12K, you miss the first shot, you can still swing it to land the second shot. So there is an advantage to using the S12K in case you miss your first shot, especially.
Make me miss Micro Uzi. Micro Uzi feels like it's been dropped into like pistol to this point. I really miss Micro Uzi, man. It's been a while we actually see some Micro Uzi. Before DBS was actually one of the most popular weapon that being used by the player. It was Micro Uzi just before that. And then the DBS happens, and DBS being countered by UMP these days, and now it's gonna be S12K. So, yeah, I mean, speaking of the revolutions of weapons, huh?
Oh yeah, and that's what we call the meta, right? Like it switches. Although there's like some slight changes to the game that is sometimes not really significant, or maybe sometimes not because of the slight changes even. Sometimes just because these teams are fine-tuning and they get inspiration. Sometimes they even get inspiration by other regions. Like back in the day, the region that inspired the DBS from the Japanese region. They are fans of that, and after them using that in, I believe it was the PMW era, we start to see the following season the DBS is used even more often, and even more often so when the DBS was put out in the open rather than the airdrop, just because it was first inspired by the Japanese teams. So things like the S12K, even now that teams are getting more familiar with each other thanks to global championships and all that, it could have came from anywhere in the world to inspire their respective meta.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's Reject team. There's another
Blue
team,
Bees.
right? Yeah, there you go, Blue Bees. There's also, you know, it kind of remind me. I miss a lot of Japanese PUBG mobile scene. They always bring something new sometimes towards the table. I don't know what they can offer this time around. Hopefully we get to see them more in the future. But we're back to its Alliance here. Now, Alliance is also the team that make us question what really happened this season. They dropped so much compared to the last few seasons. Compared with Alter Ego, last season wasn't so great for them. This season feels like they are way better. I mean, they never really drop entirely their performance, but it feels like last season was slightly not enough X factor when it comes to the last few weeks.
Yeah, maybe it's like one of those things, right? Like sometimes you question like, oh, how long can a certain team be on top, right? So it's like a wheel. Like sometimes you're on top, and then sometimes you have downtime, and then sometimes you come back up again. I mean, the same question can be asked of home esports as of now, but of course we're still in the league stages. They could still come back in the grand finals, assuming that they do go through. So these things just do happen, right? Like, yeah, I guess there's a lot of examples. Nova is also another example. It used to be the powerhouse in the world, but they have yet to qualify to the PMGC for a couple of seasons now.
I mean, like PL. I mean, that's a different tier of teams entirely. Their tier 2 is... It's already scary enough to deal with. Don't talk about the tier 1 teams, of course. The contention up there, the competition, it's something else entirely. But also when it comes to comparing regions, right? I think Indonesian regions pretty much can compare to that PL teams as well. And speaking of which, Claire, I do have this question in my mind, right? If you can actually pick other region than the Indonesia region to actually take the trophy this season, who would it be?
Well, though I'm big fans of like the Mongolian teams, I think they are amazing. but Alpha 7 is definitely the top contender now. I mean, it has been long coming, right, for them. They almost won the PMGC before this. Very, very close. And they're always almost there. Finally, they won the PMWC. But if I were to pick another team to be the PMGC winners this year, I would say Alpha 7. They've been waiting for it. It's probably just a matter of time.
Yeah, no doubt about Alpha 7. They always surprise us with something in the very last minute. But I was hoping for Southeast Asia, at least, just how my question was. But we're going to put that on hold for a bit, because Pochinki, you might actually have an urban warfare. And in the early stage 1 just now, we saw Semdan drop nearby these Xaviers. They did not have any collision between these two teams, but it's going to be a super crowded Pochinki. And so many buildings in between, you might actually have a maze battleground again.
Circle that is pushed down south. And BTR will start off their campaign here in this round by picking up Alliance. And Alliance, they still have other teammates on the other end. Now Zaxi is going to come in from the other side as well. You can see that one of the members of Alliance, Jimmy, tried to circle around, get to knock out the Gen Force, and he will secure that elimination point.
Lions, the moment we mentioned about their performance there, they prove us wrong. They're still in here to win. It's going to be 2v3. Alliance have 3 more players left. A bit of casualty on that side. Hopefully there's no third party. The moment we talked about this, it's going to be 4 other teams. And another 2 teams, Alter Ego and Team Secret arrive. But fortunately for the side of BTI and Alliance, they prepare for another fight with different teams now.
Well, they got to reset quick as well and prepare themselves again because more teams are going to come here. Team Secret, they crash into the compound, but they crash and burn, unfortunately. Alliance collected 6 elimination points through their amazing defense, but they're not out of it just yet. BTR is still around the area. Wow, they're surrounded by Alter Ego.
Now, Alter Ego has been watching all this while. We're waiting for them to make an action, and how they will try to reposition themselves just now pretty much portrays that they want to go for this compound flush. It's going to be 2 teams in the pocket. If they successfully push in, and the attempt will be taking them quite a number of teams down as well. Roseman tried to bait them out. Octa coming up from behind, but Satar spot him out. Here comes a Nate to greet the backliners, and Alliance on the other hand still giving pressure for BTR. The one that actually kind of crammed down is gonna be BTR right now.
Yeah, BTR with only Lapa and Satar surrounded by also Alter Ego. And Alter Ego will be happy to eliminate these 2 teams. So they're monitoring the situation. But 2 of the players seems to leave. So they might not be interested no more. Or maybe at least they send one out just to scout for an exit plan in case they need to leave this area. But for now, they're still locking in and looking for their next opportunity against Alliance and BTR.
Speaking of next, now where will the circle bring us? All the way to its Pochinki or down south? Yeah, it's gonna be straight into Pochinki first. And FaZe Clan got themselves the gut card region or the gut card field. 79 will gatekeep over to eSport, but Boom is gonna be breathing behind their neck with those high grounds. XERXIA driving all the way to the 79 too. Now that's gonna be a crowded zone, a very massive fight between all the teams to try to get those high grounds on the outskirts of gut card. But VOIN, Donkey and KT, here comes a push.
Oh, here we go. Potato now down, so it's only Zera on the other end. They're going in for the chase. Zera with the DBS, but there's nothing much you can do about that. Eliminated by NKT, the second team to be eliminated. And no points for VOIN Donkey this round.
Spider 10 has always delivered 2 eliminations by himself. But Lions going straight into Pochinki, getting out of that skirmish fight, and very, very cramped space between them and BTR early on, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what happened to BTR. It seems like they're still holding their grounds. Now it's going to be just them against the entire crew of Alter Ego. They still have a 4, but do Alter Ego still want to commit to this, or are they just going to go for a retreat and reposition? They're still lurking around like vultures.
Yeah, still circling around for their opportunity. But PA circled around just to bump into Talon, and Linux will take out Kiddo. And the other members of PEA still in this, but their vehicle is now in a dire situation. They land themselves into this warehouse while D-Xavier is probably considering to cut across. I can see Levi's with his smoke, so he's calculating that possibility of winning this fight if they were to rush in.
Now we do know this warehouse, couple of buildings in between, so even if they've been rushed in, they have an exit route in the back. For Team Flash, trying to scout any other teams on the northern side, thinking about whether to enter the circle now or later. They're taking their own sweet time, just like how VOIN Donkey played just now. Northern side Zoe is very vacant now. It's going to be the safest route for the teams that are aiming for displacement points plus a couple of eliminations. But BTR, they are desperate to get out from the blue, so this is going to be go time for Alter Ego.
And here we go, Alter Ego. We need to do it right now because the Blues on top of them. 1 nade on Rosemary. He does take a bit of damage, but he's still alright. And they're not letting go of BTR yet, despite the Blue is now on top of them. We're talking about stage 3 moving to stage 4. But speaking of moving, we move over to XERXIA right now. They do have O2 to deal with. Kid as well as Jumper is currently down. Fredo is still up here, but he will be knocked down as well by Nui, leaving Amazal alone right now. As always, the last man standing, he gets a knock.
You're always gonna expect those vehicles coming and flying over, but Maisel still managed to pull it through for the side of O2 spot, but not done yet. It's gonna be a CQC between these teams. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through as RNJ finished off the rest of the players alongside with their teammates. Yeah, XERXIA, despite their winning over O2 Esports, unfortunately, Sam9 here to just clean the mess up.
Well, Sam9 comes to collect points, and they're looking for more points right now. The circle did chip away, and they have about 30 seconds before the zone starts to close. Yuhai gets one, Bobo who gets knocked down, and Mega Mind, he fires back. RNJ is together with him still. He tries to get the elimination point out of Bobo Hu. Bobo Hu is still alive with about 50% of health. He's bleeding out right now. Biren is together with him. Alliance started number 13, but he got 6 elimination points. Not too shabby for a 13th place finish. But for Sam9, looking for more elimination points as they circle around. Mega Mind still holding his ground. They try to get RNJ, but it's not going to be that easy. RNJ won the fight against Biren.
Oh, despite Babu still bleeding out, probably Babu is shouting over for the teams to deal with the teams first. Megamind tried to save and use RNJ as a bait possibly, but unfortunately the Blues don't start to hit. Now, a couple of toss of the net giving away his position for the side of Sam9. Can they still revive Babu at the back? Is bleeding out down to last tick of health. They will definitely neglect him because there's no more go time for them to get into the circle, and XERXIA as well. Megamind might collide with Dab for Sam9 the moment he gets into the safe zone. There comes the spray. Can he finish off the last of XERXIA for Sam9? And there's going to be explosion of vehicle. He's not leaving that car anytime soon. Almost exploded. It was close.
Abandoned ship there for that, but still knocked down by the Blue. And unfortunately, he would definitely go out to it. We shift forward to Team Flash versus TALON on the outside the circle. And Team Flash, at least they have one player in on the inside the circle. But TALON seems to not be interested. They're looking for an exit point on the southern side.
Zeus, known for his CQC capability, but unfortunately they have to resort to mid-range to long-range fights against TALON. We're not done with Alter Ego for the day. Alter Ego only scored 1 for now. Rosemary knocked down. The rest of the team just arrived. And I think they will go and follow up here. Boom as well, just driving through. So it's going to be the clash of the titans between the two Indonesian big teams here. Alter Ego versus Boom.
And here we go from the lower ground. Boom. Looking for the information. And Razy, he's on the higher ground, so he's feeding back information to his other teammates while TODAK is monitoring the situation. From afar, Alpha 7 fires. Rosemary is low and he will be nailed down by Yummy. Frenzy, now he comes in. There's going to be the opening. Frenzy sees one with the UMP. And now Frenzy will come in together with his teammate. Boychill will try to fire back. Boychill gets 1. He does have a DBS, but he needs to reload. And now 2 is on top of him. And Boychill will go down. Boom, esports. Only Frenzy left. He has only 1 tick of health left.
I'm waiting for TODAK, and there you go, 9 dropping a big one, and Boychill also taking on Bombit, and he got himself 2 scores for that one, and 9, he's definitely going to be go time for TODAK. Unfortunately, the smoke actually will block a couple of vision. They do see the silhouette, and TODAK, they should have taken this into their advantage in their play. Unfortunately, they didn't take it so well. 2 heavy casualties on the side of TODAK. Despite Alter Ego have to defend themselves against 2 teams at the same time, they still can hold the ground, but here comes Lamborghini.
Oh, here we go, circle as well. Look at this, all the way up north. So for TODAK, as well as Alter Ego and, well, Lamborghini might want to let this one go. Or maybe he can stay up on that hill just to try to get exit frags. But at the same time, he's contemplating whether to get back to his teammates. He has a good amount of options. But for TODAK, no option for them. They have been eliminated by Alter Ego.
For Lamborghini, he drove all the way down south just to get some info and try to get that extra point. But unfortunately, I mean, like, his position is not going to be the best based on how the circle shifted away. So they're going to gatekeep from the inner side of the circle. But the team's coming from the north. Team Flash, despite there's no contenders early on, Misery will try to actually stop them from advancing forward. But it's going to be a 3v1. The rest of Talon will reunite with Misery. Will they be too late now to save him?
Oh, Team Flash from the lower ground. And looks like Team Flash, they're still A-OK after all these teams. Now, for Talon, only 2 players left. Linux as well as Yoru. They get into the middle of the circle. They got to avoid all these fights since there's only 2 of them left. And smoke popped up. As we shift over to FaZe Clan, FaZe Clan should be okay. They're on the north. They have an easy entry point. In fact, they still have the circle, so they can still hold on to stage 8 as long as they're aware of the movement of Talon. And yes, they are. So at least they're prepared in case they need to go there at stage 6.
Speaking of stages, 9 teams to go, so anybody being eliminated now probably going to get themselves a couple of points by the end of the day. But Joker, what a greeting with that DBS. Kwang, what a nice support. But unfortunately, Team Flash, they are running low of men when it comes to taking this compound for themselves. I think the other 2 try to open up the flank, but unfortunately, the other 2 already engage in the fight. So they cannot wait out for the flank to try to make it happen. But here comes a rush coming up from the side of Team Flash from the sidelines. And KT, by the time we give the cover fight from the back, but they are kind of covered themselves with just a tree to take cover, and maybe they will try to pop a couple of smokes down there.
And here we go, nades galore onto Team Flash, and they're pretty low. And KT still have the high ground advantage, and Team Flash, it's hard for them to get information with this sort of geographical disadvantage against NKT. And the zone is starting to close as well. Okay, Gosu takes a bit of risk, drives up to the higher ground, tries to gather that information for his other teammates, but Gosu, with the risk that he's taking, he gotta be extra careful right now because his buggy is not in the best situation.
Yeah, playing around the rim of a circle, northern side, at least there's some space for Team Flash. All they need to do is just deal with FaZe Clan on the northern side. But it's kind of a mid to long range fight, so space is all theirs to take, except for, of course, Talon waiting at the other end, or at the moment they try to pick out from those mountains and hills. Sam9, they're down to only 1 player. High managed to survive the longest on the side of Sam9. Geez, I want to see who get the longest survivability across all these solo players. We had O2 eSports, Brazil, High. It's going to be the case for Sam9.
Yeah, I mean, Amazal definitely is up there for sure. But it would be nice to get that official stat since we have seen that one before. But what we're going to see as well is going to be the circle here. There's a road in between these teams, so teams are praying that they still get the next circle and it favors them. Or if it goes into the middle, that's 50-50. But one nade from Onsens to take out Zeus as well as Gosu. Nicely done by him. And they still remain in full squad while they revive their teammate.
Discount Victorious slowly crushing them to their death here, taking a bit of a slow death, and that's going to be done deal for FaZe Clan to secure the eliminations. That was a very slow drive to run people down. But FaZe Clan, they're not done with Team Flash yet. Now, despite FaZe Clan just now being knocked down 1 player early on, they managed to reset themselves thanks to Onza's hand grenade, giving them opportunity to score more eliminations for across the board.
And speaking about eliminations, this has been long coming here. The Xavier and PEA, they were across each other for the longest time, and now the Xavier executing it against PEA with Frankie, the only member that's still active, waiting behind the box, and the Xavier that's throwing all the nades. Okay, they pop up the smoke, they're going to go in right now. Frankie will appear, Frankie gets 2! Frankie! Got to out the Xavier, but he's not out just yet because Levi's is behind him, and Levi's from the back will take out Frankie.
What a play by Frankie just now. These Xaviers, at least they can try to go for the rescue. Well, I'm going to give them some cover fire. Onzans and the rest of FaZe Clan, they are on the hunt. Onzans a bit later from the rest of the team will try to reunite once more. Ventura's bleeding out. I think he will try to go for the rescue, but have to deal with two teams at the same time. Alter Ego on the other end. Oh, Yoru, look at the nades flying, man.
Man, he has to evade those nades. Well, those side stats by Yoru saved him. Another nade sent across though. Okay, there's going to be another one. Okay, a bit too short. Lucky enough for Yoru, he moved himself behind just in time. And also he managed to heal up. So he's able to take a bit more damage this time. But the nades are not stopping yet by FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I don't know how much they have for their reserve, but I do know Mela have nothing left except for that 3 mollies. They toss quite a number for that one particular player of TALON just now. Leaving only Yoru to just buy time by himself. Now we have the solo player Yoru. That's going to be the most longest survival time on the side of TALON player. For BTI is always going to be Sata, but not anymore. Finally, that one nade can finish things off against TALON.
Yeah. And that is it for TALON, leaving us with the last 5 teams at stage 6. So this round is starting to pick up its pace real fast. Alter Ego still in the game now. FaZe Clan, full team with 7 eliminations. FaZe Clan doing so far so good, but now they're up against another giant that's going to be Alter Ego, and Mela will be eliminated, leaving FaZe Clan with 3 players who's on the other side.
Circle will shrink now. Xavius reposition himself, going into 2 formation here. Levi going all the way far flank, and the rest gonna stick back with the 3-1 formation. But FaZe Clan still got himself the circle and the spread coming up. And KT, they're trying to control of the circle across the other side of the street. But if BTR and Xavius rush at the same time, can NKT still hold their ground on the south?
Oh man, NKT full squad needs to find a way into the circle. Oh, but okay. Xavier, they're making their move as well. Gathering information. That's all about information gathering. But if you kind of think about it, we still have stage 8 and there's still that road in between. So all these teams, they're like rolling the dice, hoping for the road to, or the circle to favor them on their side of the road.
But their positioning towards the south was massive here. I think there's going to be trouble for NKT if they're being spotted out first, especially that 2 players of the south against the Xaviers and BTR Sata at the same time. 9 eliminations, yeah, another almost double digit by Alter Ego, but it's going to be snake time for the teams, waiting for stage number 8 to kick in. Whoever make first move definitely will have all eyes due to how close they are, within 200 meters radius between the teams. And it's going to be lesser than that. That's going to be the circle radius. Between the teams, it's going to be less than 100 meters, of course. They cannot make any sound between them right now.
Yeah, everyone's playing the patience game, but there are some teams that needs to come in. Octa, that is, from Alter Ego. But there's FaZe Clan looking over his shoulder. And they kind of know his direction as well. But NKT could be the one to distract FaZe Clan. And if FaZe Clan shifts their attention towards NKT, then the other members of Alter Ego might have the opening to slide in.
Silence broken. It means go time for all the teams. They all have their eyes aware towards one direction where the fire is actually open just now. And that's going to be NKT being charged 2 teams at the same time, including Alter Ego from the back. Onzans, Alter Ego, FaZe, Venturus knocked down. It's going to be these 2 teams fighting against each other fast. And Alter Ego, they are in trouble, losing more men now. Only 1 more left to go. Can he revive? Octa running across the blue zone. But NKT have to meet and greet against the wrath of FaZe Clan.
Oh, and Onzan fires back, gets the God, Triple F, and Spider Tan. It's going to be on the other side, but look at the circle favors towards the southern side, so now FaZe Clan will need to plan how they're going to get across the road. While Venturus will be saved. Lamborghini will be knocked down by Spider Tan, but that's going to be a signal for Xavier to try to counter back and take out Spider Tan just like that in one rush.
For Onsens is on fire today. He just went online, but unfortunately, Triple F will shut him down. He got himself 6 elimination across the board for FaZe Clan by himself here. And here comes Triple F. Can Triple F actually just take out FaZe Clan out of this equation here right now? Because the circle just shifted down south, and that's going to be the last stage commencing here. Whoever wants to cross that road, it's going to be difficult if they don't have any smoke, including even Triple F. But the rest of NKT down to only one player. These Xaviers have better odds of winning with the full squad alive.
Oh yeah, Xavier now has the best chance possible. Let's see if they can wrap things up. Actually, they have the circle, but okay. Lamborghini do his first mission. Right now, winning the 1v1 fight. High ground, advantage, Lamborghini, but he does not have the good view. Okay, he does, but oh! Counter back by Sata. And now Levi's will need to come in. He needs to come in quick. Sata is healing up.
One play of BTR, final finish off by Alvi, stolen away the positions and the points from D Xavier's hand. They let it slip by D Xavier's. At least they're going to go for the rescue mission. Alter Ego last player stands double digit again for the set of Alter Ego. A 10 eliminations with that score just now. Even Alvi is trying to put so much work despite he's running low. But it's going to be Parjin finish things off. D Xavier's, is this 100% or still a 50-50 chicken dinner?
Well, it almost became a 0 thanks to Alpha 7, but no miracle run by him. Now it's either D Xavier or FaZe Clan for the chicken dinner. FaZe Clan, they still need to cross the road, so D Xavier, they have a significant advantage.
2v2, DX. It's all about who will be favored by the blue zone. Definitely going to be these Xaviers. All they need to do is just FaZe Clan crossing the road. It's a clear view. Moment down. Next is going to be Venturez. And here comes the net. And here comes the rush. And the chicken secure. These Xaviers, they are back to win when it comes to the chicken here. Again, one of the most consistent teams from the Vietnam region.
Absolutely. One of the top teams of last week as well, during the group stages especially. And D Xavier, with this chicken dinner, they would definitely have gained more than 80 points now, securing their chance onto the Super Sunday directly. But as usual, D Xavier, not the most celebratory of teams, but they let the performance tell the story, and the numbers do show. And I believe they got a good amount of eliminations. We'll check out the stats now.
4, 6, 7, and it's gonna be 7 eliminations. Didn't crack the double digit, but hey, I mean, it's still gonna be chicken plus 7 eliminations. Still a huge number for the side of D Xavier. And last we remember about the position, they're one of the top contenders against Alter Ego to get himself for the top 3 by end of this week. With Parjin, I think we got ourselves multiple Parjin MVPs here for D Xaviers.
Oh yeah, again, I'm starting to lose count how many MVPs this guy gets. But making it official, here is Parjin as your MVP. Coming in with 4 eliminations, 647 damage, exactly 100 damage received, 37% team contribution, and a survival time of 27 minutes, 47 seconds. Parjin right now stepping up the game for D Xavier.
Waking up the rest of play of the Xaviers to realize they're back into week number 2 for last day here. But don't forget about the other 3 teams, Alter Ego and KT FaZe Clan. I have to say Alter Ego still, despite not getting that chicken, they still consistently getting themselves double-digit eliminations plus top placement points. But NKT, they are trying to push their numbers up. Seeing this for FaZe Clan, who's in need of those points now. Can they make it through straight to the Super Sunday? We're going to have to wait and see for the overall rankings later. But we're just going to rewatch the highlight, what really happened for our Wrangle map just now.
The Savior for Pochinki moved into the circle, and the final few circles did favor them, and it forced FaZe Clan to cross the road. That's where the Xavier had the opportunity to wrap things up, and they wrap up this round with 17 eliminations. But FaZe Clan is the team that came up with the most eliminations, bringing them up with the same amount of points as the Xavier up there.
Yeah, FaZe Clan before this run of Erangel, they only had 4 points across the first half before this, but it's definitely going to be pushing their numbers up, and such consistency by Alter Ego as well for today. But unfortunately, we'll have to see a couple of zeros, including Boom. Now, this is something that they should worry right now. Boom, will they not get into straight Super Sunday here?
Ooh, when they looked like they did a decent amount of work earlier on, but still 0 points for Boom. I mean, with 3 more rounds to go, it's looking pretty dark now for Boom to qualify directly. But let's
head over to our overall rankings. Vampires at 116, Pandum at 87, the Xaviers at 3rd place. Well, we do have Alter Ego still at the time with the Xaviers. This is interesting. I love the race between the Xaviers and the Alter Ego. It's always hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, neck to neck.
Yeah, although at this point, they are like 85 points each, so I wouldn't be too worried about them. Like, I'll be interested to see what happens at Alliance, Crit VIP, if RRQ, Talon, what will happen to them. But we did talk about Boom earlier on, so as of now, they're at 38 points. 3 more rounds to go. Mathematically, unless they come up with something big like 2 chicken dinners with a lot of eliminations, then maybe they can qualify directly. If not, then it's more of a preparation for them in the last chance qualifiers.
Yep. When it comes to last chance stage, I think there's going to be 3 teams 100% going to last chance stage based on the second page just now. We still have 3 teams of Group C starting to be pushed down all the way. But FaZe Clan want to rise here today when it comes to their last day of group stage. They're still pushing their numbers up, and Alter Ego still consistently getting those double digits. I don't know what can stop them right now. The Xavier is also one of the most consistent team. I think this is really feels like a grand final match between Alter Ego and the Xaviers here.
Well, I guess to answer what can stop Alter Ego is that enough points. Enough points, then maybe they'll be like, we can take a chill pill, we can put in our subs or whatever. And that's probably the only thing to stop them right now. If not, they are still showing that they're really, really strong. And they already got themselves 85 points. And that's like past the magical number that we always talk about. So for Alter Ego, they'll be going to the break smiling after this.
Now, speaking of smiling or not, their teams actually have to rethink and go back to the drawing board when it comes to the Group C, of course. I mean, we talked about the safest number. It's going to be around the 80 and above, right? The best is going to be around 85. It's going to be almost solid enough for them to be in a Super Sunday. But the rest of them from Group C, unfortunately, a lot of them actually did not hit in the 80s. I don't know, is it something unusual about Group C, or is it just something to do about the firepower?
Yeah, but we will see what are the changes that they will put on the table after this, because we'll be heading for a break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this for round number 4.
welcome back after the break and back again with me Windy as your host, and we're gonna do another interview session. And standing besides me we have two players from the Xavier. We have Nancy and also Levi's. Hi. So for the first question, I'm going to ask Levi's first. So Levi's, as the one of the highly rated teams in Southeast Asia, is the Xavier is still wary of Indonesian teams like in previous seasons?
Theo Levi's thì với tư cách là một trong những đội được đánh giá cao tại khu vực Đông Nam Á, Dinko Xavier có còn e ngại các đội đến từ Indonesia trong mùa giải lần này hay không?
Em nghĩ bọn em đã đặt chân tới đây thì bọn em không sợ. Ai sợ thì đi về. Bọn em không sợ, bọn em ở lại.
I think once we have set foot here, it means we are not afraid or wary of anything anymore. Whoever is fearful, just go home. But we are not, so we're here.
Wow, so there's no team that makes you worried for this season? So there's no team like makes the Xavier worried for this season? So there is like no teams that makes Levi's worried for this season?
Thì không có đội nào khiến cho các bạn cảm thấy lo lắng trong mùa giải lần này hay sao?
Em vẫn nghĩ là lo lắng là các đội tuyển như là nhà vua Boom hoặc AE rồi.
We're still wary of the king teams like Boom or AE.
Boom or Alter Ego. So after losing the championships to Boom, because we're speaking about Boom, is the X determined to win it back again in this PMSL?
Thì sau khi mà các bạn đã để thua cái chức vô địch cho về tay đội Boom vào lần trước, thì vào mùa giải lần này các bạn có quyết tâm giành lại được chức vô địch hay không?
Bọn em sau khi bỏ lỡ một lần trước vô địch thì bọn em về bọn em tập luyện, chăm chỉ và cố gắng hơn để giành lại chức vô địch.
After losing the championship last time, when we went home, we practiced a lot and diligently to win the championship this time.
Oh, the Xavier is so ready to win this PMSL, so watch out everyone. And for the last thing, we recently interviewed Sunoas, and he mentioned that he looks up to you. Is there anything you want to say, Sunoas?
Thì trong buổi phỏng vấn gần đây, chúng tôi nghe thấy là Sunoas nói rằng là bạn ấy thần tượng bạn. Thì không biết là bạn có lời gì muốn gửi đến Sunoas hay không?
Em cũng thần tượng anh Sunoas vì một đội bọn em đã bắn với nhau một mùa ở Bốc Gaming. Bọn em rất là thân. Mong anh cố gắng đưa là cờ Việt Nam lên cao nhất.
I also look up to Sunoas because we played together in one of the season in Box Gaming in Vietnam, and I hope that he will also try his best and just take Vietnamese to another level.
Yeah, and good luck for both of you and keep inspiring everyone, Levi's. And now let's move on to Nettie. So Nettie, the Xavier has been craving the Southeast Asia Championship for a long time. And how confident are you that your team will win for this season?
Chào Nettie, thì Dinko Xavier đã khao khát giành được giải vô địch tại khu vực Đông Nam Á cũng khá lâu rồi. Vậy thì nói về cái mức độ tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch trong mùa giải lần này thì các bạn tự tin đến mức nào?
Tính trên thang điểm 10 thì chắc là độ tự tin của team em là 7 điểm đấy.
If I rate it, I would say our confidence level is 7 points.
7.7 out of 10?
7 trên 10 đúng không? Yes.
And it could be higher, I think, for the Xavier. And next, what challenges has your team faced in this tournament?
Vậy thì trong mùa giải lần này thì các bạn gặp những khó khăn gì hay không?
Đến thời điểm hiện tại thì em nghĩ là team em chưa gặp khó khăn gì.
So far, I think we haven't had any difficulties yet.
Ooh, so good luck for your 3 more matches for today. So thank you so much, Levi's and also Nettie. And now, everyone, let's dive into the highlights.
Lots of respect
Interesting.
between the two of them, especially Nate and Junos, ex-teammates together. But the Xavier, well, can't complain. They have been doing very well today.
Yep, one of the most consistent teams out there other than Alter Ego. I want to say Boom, but unfortunately you don't see a lot of them here today. And they got themselves second place in the last season, which could be the Southeast Asia Summer 2024 split for our PMSL. Very close to getting that first place, but they hold the trophy 2 years ago. So can they actually get the trophy here again?
Yeah, they'll need to make a comeback, but we're still at the group stages, so not all hope is lost yet for them. As for BTR, with the lineup a mix between the new blood and also the more senior seasoned players, they have been having ups and downs as well, but at least in overall consistency wise they have been pretty okay. We've seen them winning fights as well, as you can see here on the highlights, especially during this Erangel match where they scored the chicken dinner. It was a difficult circle, but they still managed to overcome it.
Yeah, but for the circles, they're very similar when it comes to the previous one and the one that we just watched the highlight just now. But I love this head-to-head comparison between Levi and Shunas. Definitely idolize Levi, but when it comes to the stand, they're actually not far off. I think Shunas really follow the steps of Levi here.
Yeah. They both idolize each other, right? So that's what we can see here. The numbers are close. Average eliminations, well, all the sets to favor Levi's, and I can understand why, since Jonas was the first one to put out the respect towards Levi. But the numbers are not too far away, so it just shows that both of them are formidable players by themselves.
But when it comes comparing the teams, I love this because this is going to be one of the most consistent teams, even down to the numbers of overall rankings right now. They're pretty much close and at a tie, but a bit more towards placement points on the Xavier's side, where Alter Ego do favors more eliminations. Very two different plays, but when it comes to the leader of eliminations, we're gonna give it to Lamborghini and Rosemary. 1.8 for Rosemary. Lamborghini has been taking a lot of off-angle eliminations down there, so that definitely brings the two up to the standard, one of the top fraggers possibly. I think these two players, even Lamborghini and Rosemary, their average per map damage dished out probably over 500.
Yeah, both are solid players for their respective teams, very experienced, have their own achievements as well, and they definitely warrant themselves up there. As compared to both Xavier and also Alter Ego, Xavier today they scored the chicken dinner, but overall Alter Ego have been doing very well by bringing in the eliminations, and they already got like 85 points. So at this moment, I wouldn't be too worried about Alter Ego. I'll be a little bit more interested to see what happens around the number 8 area, because we have 3 more games to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Alter Ego and Xavier, it's going to be the contention for who gets the better end of the day placement, right? They don't really care too much because they're definitely going to get into the Super Sunday with their scores. But when it comes to the teams that will be pushed down, though, Cloud, RIQ and Crit VIP, we talked about this yesterday. They're definitely going to get pushed down because we have Alliance coming up in the top 8, BTR definitely on contention here, NKT, FAZE Clan, MORPH, Roy, even down to VOIN, Donkey, O2 Esport. I think O2 Esport at 16th place right now, still up to contention when it comes to getting themselves straight into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, so they need to really put in the points here. Chicken dinner and good amount of eliminations. If they only depend on like Amazal to come up with the surviving game again, then it's definitely not going to be good enough. But at least overall still, if they were to carry these points onto the last chance qualifiers, then it doesn't sound so bad.
Hopefully we don't end the run here today with only 1 point difference. For that 1 point, I mean, everybody trying to book themselves their holiday tomorrow, but unfortunately some teams will still kind of worry whether they can still make it or not. Unfortunately, I have to say a lot of Group C. I think only 2 teams of Group C is going to be in Super Sunday straight away when it comes to the top 8 compared to the other groups. I think mostly coming up from Group A and B straight into the Super Sunday this week.
Yeah, so we'll calculate that, how many teams from each group, right? Just for fun, right? Just to prove the point of which group is proven to be like that group of death for week number 2. Just like how we did in week number 1, like majority of the teams that qualified directly as from Group B, so that's quite clear by then. But what we're clear as well is that Rizak is going to be subbed up and Mineral is going to come in. So we do expect swaps to happen after the break. That has always been the trend so far.
I'm waiting for the other teams as well. I think Team Secret are going to stay with their lineup. They're not broken yet. Team Secret definitely have played so well. But unfortunately, when it comes to the numbers, they're just being eliminated a bit slightly early. I think they're a bit over-aggressive, picking those early conflicts that did not actually pay them so well. But FaZe Clan, after such a rough run earlier 2 maps before Sunhawk and Ranga didn't score too much points. Last round, I have to say, definitely boost so much. And hi, Mormon. Hello.
Oh, wow. Okay. Calm down. Started off sweet, then it just ended that way. It's like, yep. You cannot expect Mormon to be like how he is at the start. Like, yeah, he'll come up with a surprise.
Electrocuted by his own love at a point. But we do have Alliance as well. Don't forget about Alliance. They're definitely in the run for getting themselves in the top 8 there. But who will score for the next chicken? And it will finally boom rising up. Or are they still sleeping down there? Let's jump into our last Erangel of today.
Here is the final Erangel for the group stages in week number 2, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to get the northern side flight path this time. Before this, both of our flight path started on the left side. This time, still kind of left-ish, but at least it cuts across the middle from the top. So we're going to see some of these teams change their drop spots. BTR, who normally like to drop in Milta Power and also Milta, is going to change their drop spot to Zaki instead.
Yeah, I'm loving this flight path because it's been a while we have north flight all the way, right? It's always going to be on the southern side most of the time. That forces the player to fight early on. But with this flight path, we're going to assume left and right will be up for grabs for the teams when it comes to their initial drops. But it's always about the circle. The circle is going to be SMB. Now that's going to be fun because we might have double bridge campers, left and right bridge, if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, so if we get a kind of circle, I wouldn't mind. That would be kind of fun. Well, we always don't reject a military base circle. The teams would, but definitely not us. At Team Secret, they wouldn't reject a military base drop. They would go to Novo as usual. But we're going to get, oh man, again this sort of circle. Fun.
Maybe this time we're going to be up in shooting range. I don't know. If it's still going to be around the river Rozog or Ruins, I think maybe it's still going to be Ruins northern side too. I don't know, man. It's been a lot of this circle when it comes to week number 2. But at least we can assume that week number 3 we have a lot of surprises.
Yeah, I know, right? Although we don't get a military base circle, but this kind of circle is still challenging enough. So I'll take this. I'll take this kind of circle. So teams will need to play the guessing game. Oh, well. How many teams will start up north? How many teams will start up in the main peninsula? I mean, it's who's to tell, right? Till maybe we'll find out like stage 2, then we'll get an idea of how many teams will go where.
True. Second checkpoint's always going to be in contention here when it comes to the 30 more seconds to stage number 2. I mean, like before we hit stage number 2, that's where we get to see some rowdy early skirmishes between the teams that happen to be bumping into each other for loot or for vehicles. Maybe even some vehicle rundown as well. Pachinki, we had quite contention before against 2 or 3 teams due to the circle itself possibly, but 7-9 drop here nearby early on. This time I think it's just going to be the Xavier, so not many people to put themselves in mind. But Nate, we had that interview just now. I think on the side of the Xaviers, their confidence level at 7/10, I think it's pretty much they can actually push more. I think when it comes to their gameplay, we can see it's around 8 or 9 confidence level here right now because of how cool and how calm they are in taking fights here and there.
Yeah, with the points that they have collected, they're definitely up there in terms of confidence level. And Nati is one of those players who are confident in using the DBS as one of his favorite weapons alongside the M4, as we saw earlier. So it's been a while since we've seen like one of the favorite weapon stats to come out as a DBS. So Nati is one of them.
I remember the days. It's nice you don't see DBS, and then every single observer pan out towards the play. It's gonna be all DBS day long. I remember that. But yeah, at least DBS still gonna be in place. We do know that for a fact, as long as it's still not in the airdrop, a lot of players still gonna take it as second weapon after their rifles, just in case if they're being forced into CQC. But yes, Leon is going to be a different case here. Talon and Team Flash seems like they have a bit of a truce and mark their own territory across the line.
Yeah, this has been a occurrence, and Yasnaya can house up to 2 teams. So that's the maximum. If there's like 3rd team, then it's going to be all out havoc. But no circle in Yasnaya, meaning that these 2 teams, they might not want to spend too much time in Yasnaya, like try to cancel out each other. I would expect that, like what you said, right, that truce to happen. Like, okay, you take the left, and the other team takes the right, and then they will exit and focus onto the circle. And naturally in Yasnaya, they have the option of going up north. So that could be the case for those 2 teams to go towards that direction later on.
Speaking of direction, if they have to have the same mindset at the same time and both moving at the same time and happen to collide, that's going to be fun as well. Unless the other, just wait it out, like we're going to wait these guys to go out first, then only we're going to follow their trails, knowing that it's a bit too early for them to pick the conflicts here. Speaking of conflicts, too, Jumper. Early before, we had Fredo and Jumper eliminated early. Amazing. I don't know how he does it, but he's been doing so many times. Playing it for O2 Esport. Personally, I feel like he's the one that contributed too much right now for O2 Esport in terms of points.
Yeah, no doubt. Amazal have been not only surviving today. If we talk about him, yesterday he came out with a clutch against XERXIA. So firepower is there, survivability is there. So Amazal, this new wonder kid came from Voki Esports, discovered, making his basically his official debut in an official PUBG Mobile Esports, a tournament debut with Voki Esports, now being picked up by O2, and it feels like maybe like the first week we don't really get to see much, but now week 2 he's been adapting to the lobby, and we can see him significantly improving. So Amazal, this guy, I believe right now, looking at what he's able to come up with, is somebody to look forward to in maybe in the coming seasons if he's still around.
I agree. It feels like he's still a diamond in the rough. Still can be polished. A lot of space to polish on, especially, I mean, when it comes to his raw talent, yeah, probably going to be one of the best. I'm looking for if he can actually match up to our top contenders like Rosemary, Lamborghini, all these big names, even Yami and Apego. Can he actually be pushed up to maybe even beyond that level? I'm waiting for that to happen, but hopefully they are gonna have more screens for him in the future, or even probably like I mentioned before, right, Cloud? It'll be fun to have all these teams to have a month or 3-month boot camp in Indonesia, and not online. It's gonna be that, like learning their culture, because when it comes to Southeast Asia PMSL, definitely you cannot deny the fact that Indonesia region is going to be one of the strongest for so many seasons now.
Yeah, well, since it's going to be the last season this year, who knows, there might be changes to the partnership slot in the following season. But we'll keep an eye on that, of course. Those are still too early for us to tell. We got to go through the PMGC first, and then we see how it goes. From then onwards, next year we might see surprises, change of new format. Who knows? Just to keep things fresh.
You're making it a bit more difficult, maybe more surprises, but I don't think it's gonna be that drastic of a change. But oh well, gonna have to wait and see. Next year, 2025 is it's a big number, and it's gonna be probably a different era entirely. Who knows, right? When it comes to change of waves, because across 7 years of PUBG Mobile, first stage of the esports scene, it was taken a lot by Indonesian team, and then we shifted over to the Thais, and then we had the Vietnam taking over the lead, and then it's back to the Indonesian now. I wish one day Malaysia can also start to take a bit of the lead here and there.
Yeah, and I'm sure every other region will be thinking the same as well. So competition definitely will continue to grow tight as we go on year after year. But competition will be tight for the Gatka Mountain, center of the circle now. FaZe Clan, they love the Gaka Mountain. They're always up there with this kind of circle, so they're the first one to park themselves. But look at Boom Esports, who's going to come in from the right side of the Gaka Mountain up. So FaZe Clan might also need to deal with both Boom and potentially the Xavier, since they're on their vehicle now.
FaZe Clan is up there as well, so we're gonna have a lot of visitors across this. Got Commanders Boom down to very low HP. Pombit, unfortunately, VOIN Donkey is there. Possibly it's gonna be 5 teams around the corner of Got Commanders by now at the foot of the mountain, so it's not safe for Boom. Unfortunately for Boom, they might be rushed by FaZe Clan as well, but VOIN Vaxi has been performing so well here today, so it's gonna be Zeta. But VOIN Donkey, we have the rise of Vaxi when it comes to the last day of week number 2.
Yeah, so Vaxi himself for VOIN, they need to put in more performances because they're at like 50 points right now. So they still have that chance of qualifying directly with the 3 more games to go. So if they can bring in like 1 chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations, they're very, very close now. So this round might be important for them, or maybe the next. It depends when they want to place themselves with the remaining 3 rounds.
Speaking of the other teams, I don't mention enough, also PEA, they definitely change a lot when it comes and compared to their week number 1. They played a bit more faster than the usual plays, playing it super late. But before that, let's watch how Vaxi scores that knockdown before. That was a very long shot with that mini 14, by the way, but his tracking and game sense, that was remarkable, despite his being blocked by that tree just now.
And that was while Boom was trying to hike up, so FaZe Clan kind of owed him one as well. It's like, hey, thanks for taking care of our backs. So because of that, then Boom were like, okay, because now we don't have a full team, we cannot like upfront challenge FaZe Clan, so we're still take a chill for now. Like, we can take our corner, that's cool, but not a direct confrontation with FaZe Clan yet.
Boom. Now divided their attention. At least right now they have valuable information regarding their backs too, right? Despite they only have 3 players, but with that information, how do Boom respond to this? Do they still commit to those high mountains of Gatka? Or just give it away? Because the circle might shift in 15 more seconds to go. We get to see sometimes, most of the time, the circle don't really favor Gatka Mountain. I don't know, will it be different this time?
Well, only one way to find out. And we give it about a couple more seconds to go. Yep, there's still a bit of Gaka Mountain, but majority of the circle is now on the lower ground. But FaZe Clan, they can still hold on to this Gaka Mountain. Even though if they don't get eliminations, at least they were able to get information of the teams moving below them. And if they choose to go down at some point, at least they start off from the high ground going down, so they still have that slight advantage because of how the terrain is. But I'll be interested to see like teams who come in a little bit later, because in this kind of circle, key spots are quite scarce, so they might need to take fights in order to overtake some of the key locations.
And there's one of those key compounds that we talked about. Alter Ego straight away going for the limited compounds inside of the circle. There's only a couple of buildings in between, but at least I think when you play late with this kind of open circle, it's not wrong either. If you're late into this, at least there's some elevations around those regions of open field. So it's doable, but they have to be very, very concerned regarding how many structures can they take covers on. And also don't forget about the crate area and those trenches. We're possibly going to have a couple of teams taking there as well. We might have some teams on top of ruins right now. For TODAK, if they stay here quietly inside and no eyes watching outside, this is going to be a difficult run for them.
Yeah. So the difficult run might start soon, because we can start to see like teams coming in, the later teams that is, coming in to the circle. BTR one of them. So now, presumably that everyone who's in the circle by now has already got their own spot. Everyone's like, cool, not forcing any other fights. They're playing the defensive role because their spots are good. Now these kind of teams will change the game of teams inside of it when BTR arrives and maybe when PA arrives. But speaking of PA, they took out a couple of members of O2 while they were rotating from the north side of shooting range coming into the circle.
2 knockdowns. I assume that's possibly going to be Jumper and Fredo. Usually that's going to be the case. They always take the front line here for O2 Esport. But for Xerxia, they also have 1 knockdown. So, yeah, it's going to be Fredo and Ket this time, not Fredo and Jumper. Jumper sticking with none other than a Mazel. But PA definitely not breaking any sweat here to finish off Fredo, who's bleeding out. Mazel trying to just make do and make some damage control for their loss just now. A heavy casualty on O2 Esports side. But you mentioned about being very late. Now they're tanking the blue too much. I know PA, they always kind of specialize in late game. But every single time they're tanking out the blue too much and overstay themselves, things will not probably turning out well.
Well, at least now, not too bad for them. They scored the 2 eliminations. But Amaza, as usual, he's a survivor. He managed to get away. Oh, but this time maybe not that easy for him. He has to abandon his vehicle. And now he doesn't have one, but at least he's by the edge of the circle. So Amazal, now together with Jumper, his captain, we need to face off against PEA. But looks like it's not too bad for them. They got a bit of help from Boom Esports.
And Boom still taking those high ground, putting their bat and life on it. FaZe Clan as well. Xerxia trying to take FaZe Clan from behind. There's going to be a lot of upcoming mountains competition up there. Probably going to be a 6 to 7 teams just to take those high grounds. But unfortunately, I think the circle will push itself away from the mountains later on, because it's always going to be the open field by the end of the day. But Team Flash spot out TALON. While they're taking the blue, they force the fight too much, as Batman also being finished off by the blue. There's a lot of teams tanking the blue here. But fortunate for Team Flash, they made it out. Now, despite O2 Esport lost 2 men early on, we have another crash here.
I think here we go, involving TALON and Team Flash. And Team Flash, looks like Axel take it out. Thanks to Gosu. Can he do one more? But no! It is Linux that came up with a headshot on the Gosu to finish out the final member of Team Flash, and they are out with 1 point. But Sem9 wants to follow up.
Shaky here when it comes to second half of day for Team Flash. They still have a lot of points to go for. Same goes for Xerxia. This is no point at all for Xerxia's side, and they are around the 37, below 40s. Even if they were to start off their last chance, definitely have to push the numbers up for the remaining maps of Miramar. Now I have to say it feels really impossible for Xerxia and the rest of the team that below 40 points right now to catch up with 2 more Miramar maps to go. But for TALON, it's still doable for them.
And TALON, they are being gate capped right now. Look at the position of Sem9. They're playing on the inner side. Now it's time to look at their utilities. Okay, Linux has 3 first aids, so now he needs to move. A Misery running away from the blue as well. And Sem9 is still there. They're hoping to collect elimination points, waiting for TALON to show themselves in front.
Nate just missed Linz at the very last minute. BTR. Just mentioned them being in rise. Being on the rise doesn't mean that they will actually keep track with their members. There are 2 eliminations from the start. Now remains with 2 players without any elimination yet, but Alter Ego finally put a stop here after that break just now. Seems like their run for those double eliminations will have to have a bit of a break as well. They're being charged in, but TALON, Sem9, they're trying to hunt people down. They're still having a full squad, and TALON, I don't think they have a lot of people on their side anymore, and that's going to be the last player, and that will be taken out the equation as well.
And I noticed that the PA, after their decent start of getting 2 eliminations, they just got eliminated as well. So they will wrap this round up with 2 eliminations, or 2 points for themselves, that's all. Now looking over at the elimination feed, Joker knocked down by Jimmy from Alliance, but no follow-up yet from the elimination feed, so it could be a long-range knock. Now, we get a good view of where all teams are at, and yes, it's definitely a long range. This Alliance that is down south, and NKT is all the way on the right of the circle, but both teams will still need to move forward in.
Limited amount of compound, a lot of haystacks in an open field, of course. We have latecomers coming in very late, including Boom and O2 Esport. Mazer's now on the ground, leaving only Jumper left. When it comes to Jumper, he's not the type of person that wants to go for survivability as long as he's alive. He tries to go for the eliminations as much as he can. Now, his bullet's running out too. At least he got himself UMP, but UMP in long range, that's going to be difficult.
And plus the terrain doesn't really help him. But he will start off by lobbing these nades across. And Jumper might go in for a CQC. Might be forcing a CQC with Razy. Okay, Razy's gathering the information. Okay, Jumper now being shot at by NKT from behind as well. So he has two teams to manage at the same time. But look at the elimination feed right now. D Xavier is getting one over Sam9.
Levi, they're definitely gatekeeping. Sam9 managed. Ooh, did not make it away. Sam9 just ran it down. And it's going to be Ferran taking out Levi just now, despite he's prepared for the fight. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it through. But the rest of these Xaviers will try to revive and try to go for the rescue. They have to eliminate the rest of Sam9 that's been in the front line first. But Sam9, can they secure those knockdowns just now against Levi? Still bleeding out in the middle of the open space. But Sam9, lucky enough, they got himself the smoke. But FaZe Clan just arrived around the back line.
Oh, Parajin arrived as well, and he managed to get that one knock. And Parajin getting back into the building while his teammate Nate arrives here to give him further support. Team Secret out at number 10. No points in this round for Team Secret. Eliminated by Elias as they dominate this round with 5 eliminations.
62 plus 5, that's 67. Pretty much they try to take over TALON here right now. As TALON being eliminated early at 70 points in total. For these Avies, they can keep pushing the numbers up since Alter Ego already ended their run here. It's down to only Miramar Maps later on. Here comes a Nick coming up from that. Seems like a perfect angle, but unfortunately they have corners on inside and indoors for these Avies. Now this definitely give it away, their position, but Sam9, they try to circle things around and got Parajin down. It's down to only Lamborghini and Nate now by these Avies.
Oh, such persistency shown by Sam9 from the lower ground. They revive each other, and now they seem to be winning it against D Xavier. Unless D Xavier can reset, that is. They still have the circle, so they still have that space. They still have that time. But Parajin is bleeding out right now. But looks like the revive will kick in.
Dap trying to find a loophole in the Xavier's formation. They managed to revive on Parajin. Oh, Parajin gave away his position. Boo Boo can see it through, and that's going to be another knockback on Parajin. Now he's down to Nate to revive him, but oh, Boo Boo can see it through. Boo Boo, he knows exactly which corner he's actually holding. But it's going to be a CQC Dap coming in. Firanax, it's going to be a bit of a trade-off here between Lamborghini, and Lamborghini just finished off the rest straight away. Boo Boo coming in all by himself, and they secured at heavy casualty on Sam9. These Xaviers couldn't hold their ground.
At least the good news for Sam9 is that they managed to score 7 eliminations. And as the circle shifts towards the left, Sam9 gets the circle together with the compound. Now they need to reset before the teams come by. But we'll put our focus onto the right side of the circle where all these teams do not have it.
NKT in a triangle mode. Now TODAK, they have to leave and have to cut across NKT. Like it or not, they have to force this fight because either they go north or they go south. There'll be teams everywhere, left, right, center with bullets flying. So might as well try to fight their way and get some eliminations there, despite they might get it out. But NKT Joker managed to swap it out with Spider 10, a bit of trade-off between these two teams. But Yummy May, boom, out of nowhere, just pop his head in between those fights.
Oh, BTR just got eliminated at number 8, so they only got 1 placement point this time. As TODAK fighting up against VOIN Donkeys. Cleon will be knocked down, and he will lose his life to VOIN Donkeys. VOIN Donkeys will claim their 2nd point in this round. As they're still on the outside circle, they will be forced by the blue to come in. And Lynx, nice long-range revenge onto Zeta.
Oh boy, but he's being sandwiched 2 ways here. Lynx, here comes the rest of VOIN Donkey now. And he got the blues to deal with as well. VOIN Donkey, Vaxi knocked down. It's going to be Joker also being knocked as well by the side of Boom here. And VOIN Donkey, Yummy May also being knocked. Boom, down to only last place standing, which is going to be Razy. Can Razy picked up on Yummy May, and Triple F on the other hand have to deal with VOIN Donkey and TODAK at the same time.
And VOIN Donkey now also has NKT eliminating them. Boom Esports out at number 6 with 6 elimination points. Now it's Triple F rushing in. He has the guard in front of him, but they do not have the circle just yet. Now TODAK will start to come into the circle. FaZe Clan is in the circle as well on the northern side with Potato behind them. Gotta be extra careful. Gotta check their bags in case Potato might backstab them.
Golden Breeze and Mela keep it going from FaZe Clan, pushing pressure to a side of Lions, but the one they have to watch out for is going to be VOIN Donkey Potato right in front of Venturas. I don't think the curve of the terrain can actually give him some visualization to his VOIN Donkey, but he definitely knows about lengths, so he's focusing on to his side TODAK players, while FaZe Clan is going to be a rooftop zone for them. And Lions, they're taking a haystack, but the circle will shift any time now, and everybody's hoping they will be favored by the circle here.
Oh, VOIN Donkey's out at number 5, 3 eliminations. Oh, Leo now tries to get the members of NKT, and Leon's got it. Together with Ade, look, NKT eliminated by Alliance at number 4. We're down to our top 3 teams. TODAK only 1 player left. Alliance unstoppable with 10 eliminations. This is looking good for Alliance now, but they still have the big boss, FaZe Clan, still with a full team.
11 eliminations for both Alliance and FaZe Clan, with Adik Luke taking 7 eliminations by himself on top of Alliance's points just now. Both teams with a full squad getting the most eliminations, taking out half of the population of PUBG Mobile by themselves. Unfortunately, TODAK also have to bow out early, down to 4v4. It's down to the last circle here. Alliance split himself into 2-2, while FaZe Clan, they're holding the compounds and clustered up together, but they try to open up their angle, and in 2 players will stay on top of the rooftop, and the other 2 will try to fan it out to just spread them a bit larger for their perspective coming up from FaZe Clan.
And Alliance has majority of the circle still. Onzens tries to get Jimmy, but it's not going to be that easy behind the tree. Jimmy fires back into a moving vehicle. FaZe Clan, they open up the space on the northern side. Both of them, Venturas and Momo, still okay for now. As Jimmy OP, he will pop up that smoke to give him extra cover.
But the cover won't last too long. It's going to be only 1 tree to help him to go through those bullets flying over his direction. Mormon, re-heal, reposition. Need to actually give them some time for Venturas to heal up as well. Back to full squad, full HP. But Venturas knocked down by Adik Luke with a mini 14 taps. Onzan's on the other hand, trying to visualize on Jimmy, who popped the smoke just now. But due to the so many vegetations in between, it's so difficult for FaZe Clan to see where all Alliance players are.
Yeah, that's where they got the circle control and they got the best positions possible to try to stop FaZe Clan, making it very, very difficult for FaZe Clan. And let's not forget, Mela and Onsen is still on the outside. Moment, Venturas, look at this angle by Ade. Look, I mean, they have at least these 2 players of FaZe Clan well covered.
Well, this is going to be rough for FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, their flank has been shot down to shambles into pieces, and the rest of FaZe Clan, they do have those rooftop slight elevation, but unfortunately they will be enclosed into blue zone first. 20 seconds to go and we head into stage number 8, but will it be still Alliance a circle? But how does it will be? And now this could be Onsen's gonna go away from the blue zone and try to reunite with his team, but it's too open. He got knocked down by Jimmy.
Yeah, they have to move. They had no choice. They had to take that risk. And now Alliance, they can wrap things up for sure. They're going in for it. CQC, Jimmy providing support fire from the back. Ade Luke will be knocked. Jimmy needs to come in. If not, the point might be given to FaZe Clan. But anyway, nades are sent across right now. Momo, where he's going to go? He gets damage from the first nade. Second nade will not hit, but the third one will. And Alliance comes in from the break with a chicken dinner.
Now, where would they push themselves? They're definitely already starting off the second half of the day at the top 8, who will get themselves straight into this Sunday. But this will solidify the positions. Will it be in the top 4 since these Avis and the Lions being finished off early? Because they definitely have a shot at getting themselves in the top 3 after the end of this Erangel run.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we'll need to look at not only the placement, but also the points that they have or will collect after this round. Now, 8 eliminations for Ade Luke by himself. Wow, that is a total of 15 eliminations for the team, and Ade Luke scored more than half of it.
1,504 damage. I mean, like, we had 1,004 before, but this is gonna be a different standard set up by Ade Luke. Now he's back. He's one of the best Terminator a couple of seasons back, but we thought he being tamed down, but I think I'm wrong, because right now he's back for the game. 1,504, 8 eliminations. with the least amount, not really the least amount, but 224 damage received. But the way he go for the off angle, that was remarkable just now.
Yeah, just look at this, right? Even if we compared like the MVP average data versus his data, like damage-wise, it's like way up there with that 1504. Great work by Ade Look, but also we gotta commend FaZe Clan, NKT, and Boom Esports for making it as one of the teams to watch as well in the top 4. Boom Esports only had a full squad time of 8 minutes 58 seconds, but they're still able to come up here, so at least this gives them a glimmer of hope. But realistically, it feels like Boom Esports, they are looking forward to the last test qualifiers, so they're getting a more comfortable amount of points to start off that campaign there. But let's check out this chicken dinner by Alliance.
After our break just now, different teams rise up and put on hold for those double digits by the teams that happen to be performing the first half of the day. Alliance and FaZe Clan, 15 eliminations by Alliance at 25 points. Well, FaZe Clan 11 eliminations, and that's going to be the two teams that scored themselves the double digit plus the double digit elimination for total points and elimination points. But NKT and Boom scored themselves the same at 8 points, even Sem9.
Yeah, so Sem9 did a lot of work in the previous round, and it was a decent run for them with the 8 points, but will it be enough for them to be in the top 8? This is where we review the overalls later. But on the following page, wow! Team Secret, Alter Ego, O2, XERXIA, 0 points. Out of all of these 4 teams, I would say only Alter Ego is like, that's fine. But for the others, they wouldn't mind those points.
Now, speaking of points, I want to see where Alliance actually placed themselves. Because after that performance, not just they didn't get it their first week Super Sunday, but they're coming in so strong in that last map of run just now. Push all the way up to number 4. That's going to be 87 points at a time with PANDUM that's not playing here today, with 1 point different with the Xaviers. Feels like they can close the day quite strong here for Alliance.
Yeah, 87 points already by now. Well, see you guys in the Super Sunday. But for around the area of 8, so RRQ, it's already pushed down to 8. I mean, expect them to go down further because like NKT is at 67 points, exactly the same as RRQ. BTR 61 points, also not too far away. But on the following page here, with with 2 more rounds to go, teams at the very end, I believe they can expect themselves to be playing in the last chance qualifiers. So it's a matter of how many starting points they can get by then.
The one that can actually still push forward, I think probably O2, Boom and Flash, but we're talking about even up to Sam9 is possible because of how we know Sam9 can actually go aggressive, but they have to go crazy like double-digit elimination plus a chicken for all the teams just I mentioned. But Gunslinger, Adek, look, due to that last performance, there's no denying that, but the difference is quite significant, Cloud.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, I'm trying to see. Okay, it's not really double, but then again, it is huge there. 1,504 as compared to the rest. Like, no one else comes 1,000 and above. But for our top 4 fragging teams, Alliance with the most, that's 15 eliminations. They scored the chicken dinner together with it. FaZe Clan, another team with a double digit, that's going to be 11 eliminations. And we followed up by Sam9 with 7 eliminations and Boom Esports with 6. So at least this round, Boom Esports not too bad for them, because I believe as well that they are one of the teams that will be looking forward to the last chance qualifiers instead.
I know, I feel like there's gonna be some Cinderella story without two Miramar map left, based on how the trend is going on for today. First half, it's gonna be different teams that's dominating and have quite consistent across all 3 maps, but when it comes to second half, we have no clue what's gonna happen, especially, you know, the Indonesian region love to surprise us with a last minute push. So if we can get that 20 edge elimination, even by Boom, I mean, like, with that capability, they can actually do that.
Yeah, huge eliminations with chicken dinner, basically pulling the VOIN donkey of week number 1, like twice perhaps, then maybe. If only once, then probably still last chance, but at least they will still have a very good start at the last chance that they can take a chill pill at the last chance instead, because last chance you still carry forward these points onwards, so the points are not reset back to 0. So if you already have like a very good start, let's say you were like number 9 or number 10, something like that by the end of the day here today, your last chance will be like a breeze.
Speaking of breeze, it looks like a breeze when they actually pull those numbers up. Now the record holder is still going to be MORPH as a team within a map with the highest eliminations. That's going to be 22 points. So I want to see if there's going to be another record holder for this season. I think the most we got ourselves is going to be 23 across the entirety of PMSL. 23 probably going to be the number, right, for PMSL last season by RRQ. But I want to see if they can get around 25. It is doable, possible, based on how trends are going in with the double-digit elimination back-to-back a lot of maps here when it comes to this group. Like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, as long as there's games still on the board, anything can happen. Yeah, so I can't write that off until the final game of the season, right? Of course, we'll keep an eye on some of the numbers as well, but to break that number that we have right now, that's like, what, 22? It's very high up there. It's even the one that came closest was like, what, 20, 21? That was the closest one, almost breaking that number, could have broke that number, but yeah, 22 is still the golden number for this season at least.
And we had 18, 17, 20s. Now we're waiting for another record holder to be taken by somebody else here, which is going to be possible based on week number 2, because we do know if you don't make it through week number 1, it's going to be go time for the teams that's still possible to make it week number 2. And it will be a bit awkward if Boom don't go straight, but I mean, like, last chance, maybe they can actually blow things up. But for the teams that might actually miss 2 weeks in a row now, we're hoping for them to make us the surprise.
Well, no surprise here that we're seeing swaps happening. Alter Ego sending Octa out, and Hans for you, who had the opener interview here today, will be playing this round. So no surprises, but especially for Alter Ego, they can do any swap for now. But your boy Red Face is finally back.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I hope I don't know about this, man. Sometimes I kind of worry. I mean, yes, I'm a big fan for Red Face, but the thing is, we haven't seen him play a long time. We're talking about it across the entire week. Maybe we get to see him like what, 2-3 games, and that's just it. So speaking of warming up, I do hope he's warmed up right now because TALON need him to actually pull a lot onto as a table.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, TALON, if we were to consider like their position in the overalls, not the best of situation. They are okay. If all they need to do is just push a little bit more and they'll be safe. So maybe Red Face is going to be the final push for TALON, just to see if they can bring in back like one chicken dinner will be good for them in the Miramar match, and they will be absolutely okay. Yeah, and of course with that is also to stay away from teams that are creeping up behind them. So who knows what sort of strategy they will come up with, because we're coming onto this Miramar with this set of teams that will be meeting for the first time in this map. Let's go.
It's gonna be Sunshine Miramar here back with us, buddy, for our second last match of our group stage week number 2. Don't forget, I mean, I'm looking forward if the teams that's in the run for the top 8. We're talking about a lot of 60s and 70s just now. That's close enough for their points. And don't forget about what happened to RRQ yesterday. Hopefully we don't have the same team in the same boat as RRQ.
Yeah, I know, right? They had like 3 games to just collect 15 points, but not able to do that. So yeah, it was heartbreaking for RRQ. It just means that they'll be playing again tomorrow. They no extended break for them. But the good news for RRQ is that they will have a very comfortable start to the last chance qualifiers. So normally teams like that, they will still qualify, and that's based on history, right? If the only downside is that they have to play, and that's all. It's just like fulfilling their obligations just to play tomorrow.
They have to survive, that's it. For this time around, for the teams that's really close at the very bottom, I'm talking about 6, 7, 8 plays here. 5, 6, 7, 8 probably going to be the best bet. Just stay alive as long as they can. But we're going to have an awkward circle. It's been a while we actually have an opposing circle.
Yeah, and the happiest of the bunch will be D Savior. That's their regular draw spot there. So finally we get a different one. We've been getting a lot of southern circles, or if not a south circle around the area of Lost Wilderness circle. So this is refreshing to see. And with this new batch of teams that will be playing in this first Miramar, it's going to be interesting to see how they readapt to each other with a new circle in this season's PMSL.
I'm looking forward as well for Alter Ego. I mean, like, yeah, it's boring to talk about Alter Ego because they are on top for the top 8. So it's definitely going to be a secured spot for them to the Super Sunday. But don't forget, Adik Luke just now scored crazy amount of elimination with over 1,500 damage as well. And that's going to be bumping up the numbers to 1.4 average elimination across the map based on that last performance only. And that's crazy amount what you can actually turn the tide within that one map.
Yeah, and he's turning the tides with the weapons as well. 60% preference for his trusty M4 and only 16% for the Mini 14. But I would expect the Mini 14 number to go up here since we are in the Miramar match. Getting the high grounds will be important, and that's where if he's able to make good use of his Mini 14, it would probably give him a good return. Although Alliance right now, they are pretty comfortable out there with the 87 points. But, you know, if you just want to flex those numbers for himself to potentially, who knows, be the daily MVP, Ade Luke today has been doing well.
Now, speaking of flexing, back to my point just now. Starting off our day earlier, we had the interview with Alter Ego Rosemary, as well as, who was it, the other player?
Hans for you.
Yeah, Hans for you. Thank you. They were sarcastic about vampires. Now, with Vampires ended up their run yesterday at 116, can they beat that score with that interview by end of today? Now, there's going to be pride game here for them as well.
Yeah, I guess no objectives, but if they're able to overcome a vampire's numbers, then it's more like a flex, just to like, you know, go back to the hotel, see each other in the lobby, and say, "Hey, I overtook you." That's about it. And then it's like, "Hey, it doesn't matter. Hey, see you on Sunday. Hey, see you on
grand
Sunday too."
finals. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like PA passes by, as I say, "See you on next week." I don't know.
Hey.
Okay,
like,
to be
they
fair, they still play tomorrow.
Yeah, they still have last chance, but we don't know how much can they starting off with their last chance, because 30-ish, I think is fair point, because compared to some teams in the C group, the lowest amount of points was Infinity that we've seen before, around the 42 points. So I think for a better start, everybody have to secure at least around the 40s for their last chance stage here.
To have a decently comfortable start, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably it. Yeah. So if we look at like historically, like the last times, I believe the number was 90 the last week.
Yeah.
Checked. I need to check my
You
cheat sheet again.
you said 90 last week, yeah. It
Right,
was
so-
exactly right, yeah.
So if I were to do the logical math again, then half of 90 is 45, and if I want to put it as above average, then it's 46 as a logical number. So yeah, 46 above, then you can say that, hey, we have an above average start.
Now, I feel like if everybody's starting off around 40s, then it would be nice, but we do know that's going to be some 60s. But when it comes to the 60s too, like the teams in Group C, when it comes to the most point, it's going to be RRQ. 67 and 40-ish, not too far. Within one map, things can actually flip the other way around. So it's still going to be a tight race even during the last chance stage here.
It'll be probably tighter for the teams like on second half page. Like if you're like number 9, number 10, then it'll be like okay. I mean, as in number 9, number 10, like from the group stages. But yeah, tighter for the second last page. So that's where the excitement will happen, right? It's those teams rather than the teams that's like all the way up there. Like for example, right now, if let's say it's FaZe Clan, let's say it's TALON, that's like these teams just need to show up.
True. We're going to have to wait and see by end of the day what is going to be the most points when it comes to the teams that getting themselves during the last chance stage, and the least amount of points, and try to segregate the points in between. If the gap between the first place and the last place, which are going to be first number 1 and number 16, the bottom first and bottom 16, doesn't make any sense, but yeah, okay. If it's more than 20 points, now that's going to be a bit more contention on the first half or the top 8. But if it's less than 20 or maybe around less than 30 points, I say 30 points is going to be the standard here. Might be a tight race till the end, I guess. But that's going to be fun though.
Yeah, the fun part is of course to look at like the borderline. Yeah, that's always the borderline. So a rule of thumb, a borderline will be the teams that whoever at the borderline will be the teams that we want to keep an eye on. And speaking about borderline teams, if we were to review like the current number based on the borderline, right? TALON, NKT, BTR, even high chance, 2 more games to go. I would say up to there is the highest chance, unless like teams like VOIN can come up big in this round. But as of now, I would put it until BTR.
After we witnessed RRQ yesterday, I wouldn't say too much about that too. I wouldn't put too much expectations. I'm kind of worried. Over-aggression definitely pays a price for the teams that are being too greedy too early. So I just hope that they make do with their situation. Hopefully everybody can learn from the lesson of RRQ yesterday. 67 across 3 maps, no progress. But at least on the other teams though, they still have progress. Is within reach, and KT, BTR, that's definitely going to be around what? As long as they score themselves double-digit elimination each map, there's going to be no problem for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you get double-digit elimination, you're probably close to getting the chicken dinner, if not the chicken dinner itself. So that will score you like what? 15 points perhaps? So 2 rounds, 15 points, that's 30 points, that's easy qualification. If they can score the double-digit elimination, that is, it would somewhat be around that number.
Speaking of the numbers of the teams being the center, Montenuevo, we haven't seen this circle for the longest time. I think this is one of the first few Mirama map, and it's gonna be meaning there's gonna be those high grounds that they try to take over, but it's gonna be a tough climbing down if the circle shift away with just what we saw in 7-9 position here just now. But they're gonna move away since they're not really in the circle. But speaking of this sort of circle, it's always gonna be those high grounds, high value grounds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially like this kind of spots, the power grid high ground area. Expect teams to be up there. Since with this circle and we're at stage 2, so potentially they could get knocks or eliminations. But speaking about knocks, okay, Exo, Mini 14, U-High, I would expect that to be a long range. And now we have visual. It is a long range shot, but he's not able to secure the elimination yet, so U-High could be safe.
And KT got, it's been a while we actually see got in action here, but here comes Red FAZE, who just walked in for TALON. Now making a push on the side of TALON. They are at 70 points, yeah. Like I mentioned before, over-aggression might actually cause the prize for the team. They lost Axel before, and Red FAZE taking too much damage by himself. There's no cover fire the moment we try to step forward, but Linux coming up from a different angle. The off angle making an opening, but unfortunately, Red FAZE have to reset himself first. But on the side of Sam 9, can they survive this rush?
Well, can TALON survive this as well? Because it can go either way still. As Misery comes in with the Scar L, he gets one knock. Okay, U-High only on bandages. Probably has no first aid, so that's going to be an easy knockdown by Misery.
But quite a dearly cause on the side of TALON to win over that fight just now. They're down to only 2 players and still too early at stage number 2, but at least they squad up 3. And spot out Boo Boo, who down to very low HP, around 20% or 10% left here. And there's also Team Secret and the Xaviers around the corner. Now these two teams have to be extra careful, especially TALON. I mean, like for Sam 9, it's going to be rough for them to make it through the Super Sunday straight away, so they're probably just going to get more comfortable points when it comes to the last chance. But for TALON, though, they cannot afford to lose anymore.
Oh, I just wanted to highlight on the replay earlier on. Axel, nice tap with a Mini 14, even though his opponent was in the vehicle, like he's still able to land the headshot to get the knock, so good work up there. It's just too bad after that, like NKT had to blow his party and he got knocked down after that. But we're going to see the next piece of the circle. Looks like he's going to move slightly away from the high grounds of El Pozo. We're going to go to the power grid area. So the high grounds in power grid area will be important.
Yeah, especially where VOIN Donkey is just trying to fight for the compound high grounds, but there's also those low grounds where Team Secret actually already took over those compounds that work. As either you want to play indoors or play those high grounds, but in a bit of an open space and valleys in between. But they have to have themselves a lot of smokes to make that happen. These Xaviers shot the players from afar. I assume that's going to be a very long range knockdown since there's no follow-up. Oh, it's Lamborghini. Here comes Lamborghini. TALON. I mean, this is what we worry for TALON. 73 points right now. So close.
With only Red FAZE left, let's see if your boy can pull off something here. But FaZe Clan arrived to Team Flash. Okay, here we go. Gosu, he's alone. Okay, backup is on his way. He needs to buy time for his other teammates to come by. As Gosu using nades to try to fend off FaZe Clan to buy time for his other teammates to come. Misery absolutely eliminated. Now leaving only Red FAZE alone.
Gosu cooking up the nade straight over toss, but the rest of Team Flash is here to take it away. And FaZe Clan being surprised by the present. Zeus being knocked down next, and it's going to be Batman trying to call out for the last player of FaZe Clan. Not really, still going to have Vintorius inside of a small shack, and Vintorius being fished out, and that's going to be the last of FaZe Clan. Now, 75 points. Still not 100% in Super Sunday yet.
Yeah, let's give that one more round to FaZe Clan, okay? The margin is not that big. Same goes for TALON as well, 73 points this round. So one more round to go for both FaZe Clan and TALON. As we move over to 7-9 and NKT, Bobo Who, last man standing. NKT straight up clean up onto 7-9. Only 1 point collected by 7-9 this time.
Worst case scenario, FaZe Clan and TALON is NKT is actually on the rise. They are at the brink of being pushed down. Don't forget about BTR. I'm not surprised if they go all out aggressive as well. And same goes for VOIN Donkeys. Within their reach, seems a bit far for VOIN Donkey, but it's not impossible. NKT with this aggression, I think they're definitely going to take away FaZe or TALON's position here by end of this map.
Yeah, it does look very possible. They're at 69 points now, and the way they rushed in earlier on, they seems that they're really confident with their gameplay. But let's see what sort of confidence can Alliance show against BTR. Now, between these two teams, obviously BTR is the one that's more desperate for points, so they have to be extra careful. While for Alliance, they can do pretty much anything now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty secure for them to say that they're going to get into straight Super Sunday and have a break tomorrow. But the circle string right on top of Montenuevo. Now, if the circle shift a bit upwards later on, there's going to be in between those streets. They have to pick and choose whether to go south or north later on. Team Flash secured themselves one of the most comfortable compound, but unfortunately, they don't have those high grounds to trade off with those compounds, so they're placing one of the players on the high grounds for Team Flash. But the rest of the teams come out from south. There's going to be a lot of skirmish down there.
Yeah, as Alter Ego might rotate down south in as well. There is a potential there. Since Hearts for You is already across the road and Alpha 7 on his vehicle all the way down south. So he could be planning his move there. And if he goes there, then he might meet up with Alliance. But that also means that they will be caught up by BTR. So it's not the best of location to rotate. If they want an easier entry in, then they can rotate up north instead. But, you know, Alter Ego want to play teams that they can do anything. If they want to challenge themselves, that's absolutely fine.
You have to remember the interview with Vampires. I mean, like, that Vampire is not playing, yeah, but due to the interview, they have some, you know, a bit of flax of their pride. They have to prove Vampires they are capable of taking over the 116 points that Vampires in the lead across the entirety of the board when it comes to the group stage here. But VOIN Donkey, the team that still have a shot against straight to the Super Sunday, and now forcing the fight against TODAK. And we do have some kill feed towards Alter Ego as well.
Yes, it's running wild right now. Alter Ego on the Team Secret. Looks like they took the route up north instead. As for VOIN Donkeys, up against TODAK and Iftar, pretty low. Cleon's going to come in for the other side, but Zeta going to have the high ground advantage against Iftar, and Iftar moving off down. Zeta is still alright. He does have that one first aid. Cleon on his way. VOIN Donkey need to reset quick before Cleon punishes them.
TODAK Lynx coming up from behind. Cleon coming up from above. Well, one bleeding out. But we do have another team, XERXIA, across the other side of the map. Lynx with an AUG finally found his target inside of a smoke. VOIN Donkey, they are in shambles now with Cleon cleaning up with the rest of VOIN Donkey. Where is Vaxi? Where's the support fire? It seems like Vaxi a bit busy with a different team. It's going to be XERXIA that's taking the distraction to the side of Vaxi.
Yeah, he's providing long range cover fire though, but for him to like rush across, it's going to be too late. So unfortunately, he's not with his team, and Cleon, together with Linux, they came up with a win to wipe out the other members of VOIN Donkey except for Vaxi, and Vaxi can only afford to see.
I can't do a thing about this because XERXIA just now seems to be opening fire to the side of Vaxi. He's pretty low himself. But XERXIA seems to be a bit busy and occupied with Boom right now. The taps coming out from Yami May with an M416. 3-1 formation with Megamind being the cover fire at the back. But Megamind got chipped down to only 10% of HP. RNG taking a full-blown shot by Razy just now. Razy, he's done it again, but unfortunately there's going to be a bit of a trade of blows. Razy's on the ground bleeding out as well.
Now Yami needs to go and save his teammate. At the same time, we'll monitor the next phase of the circle. D-Saber in the middle of it. Wherever circle goes, D-Saber will still get it. And the circle goes into the middle. The area where Boom, ESPORTS, and XERXIA is still valuable. But I want to keep an eye on the bottom. On the south side, we got BTR and Alliance still locking out each other.
Yeah, but the high grounds make it difficult for Alliance and BTR to cut across. At least whoever wins gets some elevations by the end of the day. Hopefully they're not being spotted out by Boom later on. But NKT taking a CQC and put everything into action. They're taking the fight head-on confrontation with Alter Ego. And it's going to be your boy Spider-10 taking the lead with Lord of Clutch with the help of the God Nate.
Though my boy is a Mr. Joe, but okay, I'll take Spider-10. Spider-10, yeah. Sometimes we avoid having the same food. We change to another different food. But Adi, look, well, he won't be bored with this fight. Right now, he'll be knocked, so he needs his teammates to win this fight for him before he can be saved up.
Oh,
Another nade, beautifully done by Zaxi. Wow. And Alliance, we talked about it. It is very, very difficult for them to climb up.
Holy my god, Zux is doing all the work by himself. Casually just toss a nade, drop 2 down, and just spray and swing over the other side and take another elimination. That's crazy, man. But Zerja next is gonna be Dewey. Here it comes, greeting up. Oh no! It went out the other window!
Oh no! Oh no, and he got punished for it. Linux knocked him down, but his other teammate came to save him, but Linux still managed to finish on Dewey. Oh man, if it didn't went out the other window, he would have gotten it.
I forgot this other window is tossed straight to the other side of it. I'm so sorry, but it was hilarious. Back to the side of TODAK. Leon now trying to find the last player of Zerja, which is going to be Mega Earth. But from the pan to the fire, now Mega Earth seems to be trapped himself between TODAK and Boom. We're talking about Boom who's aiming for those points here.
And TODAK is TODAK is still in the game because of that, man. Because of that, because of the window. Out of everything that could have saved them is the window. Can you believe it?
It's either the door or the window. One of it just leaks through. But Boom spotted out TODAK. At least he's giving so much space for Mega Earth to run away. So he's definitely going to just flee from the crime scene here, hoping he will not be discovered. But TODAK, despite being charged by Boom at the back, they spotted out another points for them to take away. It's going to be Zeus, but who's stolen away? It's going to be Purging from Xavier.
Xavier, 5 eliminations already. Guys, you guys had enough, alright? You guys have way enough now. Give some to TODAK. They've been working so hard right now. And again, this time another pickup is needed. Linux will be on the way to save Cleon.
Oh, what a run in Mirama. Surprises for us. But for TODAK right now, they are on the northern side. Ghosty got the compounder. Unfortunately, the circle just shrank even further. At least Mega Earth still at the rim of it. We have to cut. He will be gridded by Boom later. These Xaviers, on the other hand, they are quite in the middle of the circle. They might can control over the circle as well.
Yes. And speaking about control, BTR still has control by the rim of the circle. And this time, their control will be up against Vexy, the final member of VOIN Donkeys. Not going to look good for Vexy now. I don't see an exit point for Vexy, as Zaxi has him locked in. He's playing the patience game now. Levi's knocking down Jumper with a nade.
Oh my, the one that actually don't speak too much but speak louder with their actions is going to be these Xaviers here today. 5 eliminations across the board already. Even though they got quite an auspicious number, 88, but they definitely want more. These Xaviers, there's no stopping this guy. They keep on finding. Look at how they just open up the angle. Levi pushed all the way out to find those eliminations. And NKT, unfortunately, they are in the run for the points too. And they left with only 1 player here.
73 points as of now. Make that 74 with their placement points. As of now, that is. And Frankie will be knocked down. Looks like Xavier is coming to the party as well. Xavier, they're not stopping yet, even though they're pretty comfortable up there.
PA, well, they finally scored their first ever chicken here. Definitely made a comeback, despite they're at the very bottom. But they definitely want a comfortable start when it comes to last chance stage. But the nade hit them quite a bit. Here comes another nade. Definitely will blow up. Down to almost his knees. Not just yet. Lamborghini, the rest of these Xaviers are craving for the points. They will go straight for PA right now.
Yeah, Xavier basically is doing the vampire now. It's like, you guys qualified already. You guys did enough, but still wanting to go for it. Okay, let's see if we'll bring them the return that they want, which is the chicken dinner. Right now, PA is having trouble against Xavier. Just look at the spread that Xavier has against PEA.
There's no stopping these guys on Berserk. 7 eliminations, 3 by Lamborghini, 2 by Levi. We had MVP Levi before and Lamborghini definitely multiple times as well. But PA surrounded by NKT and DZ. Despite the turn, the last player standing for NKT. Well, here comes the nade, not connecting, but Kiddo shot down. Lamborghini got that.
Okay, Lamborghini now with this nade, lobbed the cross. And is he able to land it onto Adam? No, not yet. As Levi's will be ready with the DBS on the right side now. He does have Mizi in front of him. Levi's, he does have his teammate together. So if Mizi shows up, it's going to be 2v1. Now they still have the circle though. But by the next stage, they probably won't. So this fight will need to end.
8 eliminations on top of that 88 overall scores. Now that's gonna be 96, almost cracking a triple digit here for the Xaviers. No stopping the teams on top every single day. I mean, they are the one that kind of contribute to get into the Super Sunday, but they are the one that have nothing else to lose, so they are playing it freely and no pressure at all. These Xaviers, Levi shot on 1. It's going to be another go time. The Blues are start to close in, moving away from PA. This is going to be from worst to, you know, just going into the jungle now. Down to only Dom in that very small shack.
Yeah, Levi's. Okay, lucky enough that Levi's is out on nades. If not, he could probably try to land that one into the shack, but looks like he's going to let this one go for now and maybe play from the inner side just to have that circle advantage. And that will mean that Adam will still be locked out. But BTR, they're playing the locking out role before this. This time, it's going to be Boom Esports. They try to hold them out. But Zuxi will get their elimination and probably an opening for BTR to rush.
They have trio, so it's doable for them to challenge on Boom, who seems to be left with 2 players, while NKT doesn't play for placement points right now. He's waiting for the top 2, possibly. Boom, on the other hand, I mean, this fight is going to be an inevitable fight between BTR and Boom, because if there's going to be only one team that's going to survive, it might not just be BTR if they keep on going like this.
Okay, nice nade by Pompey to knock down Lapa. And can Pompey do it? Oh, Sata! Man, that was a counter, beautiful counter nade. Bombit didn't know what hit him, and now Sata will be rushing in. But then again, from the other side, Xavier shot at Sata. Now Sata has to be extra careful. He's pretty low. He needs to heal up, and Yummy is going to be the last man standing for Boom Esports. Going up against Saxi, and he gets a knockdown. Yummy man, can he do it? But the jump shot from Sata will break down Yummy.
When it comes to survivability, I say Sata is going to be one of the men that will be the most reliable to survive till the very end. But he needs a revive on Lapoy. Made it on time. There's going to be 2 players of BTR left with the Xaviers closing up PA just now. That's definitely going to be 9 eliminations on top of their points here. Team Seeker still have a full squad. It's going to be full squad versus 1 of Team Flash and BTR. But unfortunately, BTR bowed out a bit early, left with Gosu to do the work. But Gosu is crazy. 8 eliminations.
Wow, just by himself, and he's the final member for Team Flash. Man, this guy's doing all the work for the team. But now he's going up against Team Secret as well as D Xavier. Looks like we're going to have an Vietnam finale here, ladies and gentlemen, as Gosu will be eliminated by Levi. And now it's going to be Team Secret and D Xavier for the chicken dinner.
Oh, this is gonna be fun to watch. Between these Xaviers, the most consistent team for Vietnam region, or will be suddenly the rise of Team Secret that weren't so great last season, but when it comes to this season, they are whole new Team Secret for this time. Now, Trunk with the Scar L 6x scope reposition, but it's all about the circle. Team Secret do capitalize over the southern side, but they open up the flanks into 2-2 formation. These Xaviers, speaking of seasoned players, this is we get to see the difference between these 2 teams, possibly.
Well, here we go. Let's see experience here by D Xavier. Experience playing in different levels of tournament up onto the global stage. Let's see how they overcome this. And looks like they're going to stack up 3 players on the left side circle, leaving 1 on the right as an off angle. So D Xavier, they have a plan on how to overcome the situation.
Yep. Experience plays a big part in here based on this sort of circle and this sort of terrain, they have to close the game. So, speaking of opening the angles, here comes 3-1 formation, rushing straight with their vehicles, but almost blown up possibly. GEEK being spotted by 3 players of the Xaviers. He has to hold this ground by himself. Here comes the nade flying over, but it's going to be a bit of over toss, but GEEK got 2 of them. The Xaviers down on only 1 player. Team Secret, can he overtake the Xaviers in the last chicken dinner here of their Rani Murama?
And looks like the answer is yes, as Team Secret will score the chicken dinner with 8 eliminations, overcoming the Xavier at the very end. And if we made a comparison, Team Secret is a team that needs the points more, so they'll be absolutely happy with scoring this chicken dinner.
Oh, 8 eliminations. When it comes to the numbers, I do want to see how it will fare when it comes to the overall rankings, because there are some teams that got themselves close to double digit, but with only 1 player. One of it is going to be Team Flash. And Team Flash to survive Gosu by himself just now, that was something else.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, now we're going to get the breakdown here, right? So, okay. Quite spread out across all the players here. Everyone has their own stat. Like GK, eliminations, Drangzin, damage received, and then you got Soas with the damage, and Break with the throwables used. So everybody played their part to get the chicken dinner.
I love Soa's hair, by the way, but we're going to see our MVP. It's definitely going to be Soa's with incredible hair this season. 595 damage, 2 eliminations, but across the board, like how you mentioned, everybody pulled their own weight. So I think everybody's pretty much the MVP, but damage-wise, definitely more towards the Soa side with his effort to contribute towards the team.
Yeah, so with great hair comes great stats. This is Soas as the MVP this time. And everyone played their role. But of course, how the MVP is selected is by stats at the end of the day. But other than Team Secret, of course, we got to give it still to D Xavier. I mean, they still continue on their amazing run despite them having enough points, more than enough points. And we have to have Team Flash here as well, because it was a Vietnamese finale, as BTR will join on the fray as well as one of the teams to watch here amongst all these teams. So we're seeing a pattern here of teams that have red on their flags coming up as our teams to watch. But speaking about to watch, let's watch the highlights from this round.
and goes to just clutch BTO by himself just now with those shotguns play and also his rifles too. But when it comes to eliminations, back to give it the most is going to be these Avis. But still, Team Seeker secures that chicken dinner with 8 eliminations. That places himself at number 1 spot in this map rankings. 18 total points, 16 for these Avis, 14 for Team Flash thanks to Gosu, who hard carried the team just now with BTR at 12 points at 4th place.
Yeah, and he himself got like 8 eliminations the last we checked. But something that we don't see all the time as well, like based only on placement points, Boom Esports is able to come up at page 1. So that's definitely something there. FaZe Clan, no points at all. The only team without a single point. And they'll be dependent on the final round to see if they qualify directly on the Super Sunday.
Yeah, that's gonna us tally up the scores right now because FaZe Clan, they cannot afford to drop even one map. After they got their highs, they're getting the very bottom of very lows. So when it comes to the points, yeah, look at the number 73, 74, 67, 67. My oh my, how close can we be? I mean, realistically speaking, down to even... Well, Creep VIP RQ not playing, definitely going to be pushed down. BTR and TALON, these two teams, even NKT not safe, and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that. I'm thinking around like VOIN Donkey, Chicken Dinner, 20-ish points. Maybe, but they need to come up big to like come up with a surprise here for VOIN Donkey. But BTR is very, very realistic. I mean, same amount of points with TALON. Right now, what separates them is the Chicken Dinner tiebreaker, and that's about it. So it's super duper tight there in the middle. And on page number 2, well, we can pretty much safely say that those teams like 19 onwards will be playing the last chance qualifiers.
I think 13 plays onwards also we can actually say see you tomorrow. But I don't know, maybe they will surprise us because Team Flash, to have that push until there's so many conditions here to meet up with Team Flash on, it's like Team Flash and Team Secret's condition, right? They have to make sure the teams at the middle pack around the 8, 7, 6 place to be eliminated early first, and that's going to be tough for these guys to go out early.
Well, not tough for D Xavier. Look at this. 2,868 damage. More than almost 1,000 ahead of BTR in the damage department. They scored 1,909, followed by Team Seeker 1,700, exactly 1,700 by the way. TODAK 1,556, and we also have our top fraggers here. We gotta give it to Gosu. This guy has been something.
I hope his back is okay. Probably they need to massage his back. He's broken his back to carry the hat for the team just now. But Zuxi as well, when it comes to his performance, BTL was pretty okay. But unfortunately, I mean, they stay at the brink at the red zone area right now. And Cleon from TODAK with 5 eliminations. And Levi, these Avids, they have to squeeze in one of the players in the last top 4 fraggers too. Now, we do have very different teams. No double chicken in a day. But hey, these Avids today is super consistent. Speaking of which, I mean, usually the team that actually at the very top, Cloud, always gonna get the last chicken because they have nothing else to lose.
Yeah, play it like it's a scrim for them. So less worries for teams at the top. But the only region that is not up here is the Thai region. So just to fill it all up, if any team were to get the final chicken dinner, I would like to see a Thai region team. So like FaZe Clan is still playing here. What other team is there? NKT is still playing. NKT, FaZe Clan, and also XERXIA. So there's 3 teams to potentially get that.
The scores are super tight, by the way, but at least like the one that actually slowly being pushed down is going to be the team that's not playing it today, which going to be our King Crit VIP. Unfortunately, though, while they're watching this, they know they gotta have to play tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we kind of expected that, right? We did talk about it yesterday, like, RRQ, just a little bit more, if only this, if only that. And yeah, the reality is that, looks like they're going to check out of the Super Sunday for now, but they will have a very, very comfortable start. So I don't expect to not see them in the Super Sunday with that amount of points that have been collected.
Yeah, definitely going to be comfy for them when it comes to the start of tomorrow. But unfortunately, no off day at all for these guys then, because they have to play Super Sunday and last chance too. But at least it's going to be another vacation day for Vampires, D Xavier's Fandom. Also Alter Ego. And that's going to be confirmed, the top 4 for your Super Sunday teams so far. But who will join in the very last minute?
Yeah, so this final round is going to tell everything. The story is going to unfold here as we head on to it. So far, no substitutions made by anyone or any team, as indicated on screen. Even for D Xavier, okay, as it zooms out, looks like we're going to have the same players as well. Yeah, D Xavier, they don't swap. I mean, they do have Chua on the lineup on the bench, but looks like he's going to be kept there for now. Maybe later as a super sub if needed, that is. But D Xavier, they don't really need to for now.
Yeah, I feel like after they actually put Chua on, probably Chua is being the analyst for the side of these Xaviers. Maybe that's why their analytical strategy is a bit more on-precise and more efficient. Maybe that's the case. I mean, like, not saying Chua is not good at play. He's also one of the most aggressive players there is. I think it feels like, you know, when Vampires put Ravenclaw bench out to be an analyst, maybe that's going to be the case for the Xaviers too.
Yeah. Well, so far no official info on that, right? But yeah, I mean that could be a. I mean, what else are you going to do right behind the scenes? You're going to watch the game, and then at the end of the day, you can look at it from a different perspective anyway. So I'm pretty sure conversations will happen for whichever player that is even on the sub. So we're going to see on the final round, and this will be important for teams at the borderline. Let's go! Final Mirama.
And this is gonna be the final map for today of our group stage week number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Very South Flight Path as well to starting off our last map here. But who will surprise us? Will be the underdogs that we did not mention before for the top contenders of top 8 and surprises. Which went the age elimination. We're gonna have to wait and see, because this is where the magical happens.
Yeah, so this is the final round here for the group stage. If it's not about the qualifications, it is also about having a good start in the last chance qualifiers. So majority of the teams will still need to play their hearts out here. Now, some of the teams up there on the overall charts, they'll be super duper comfy, so they can do anything they want. But majority of it is still needed to play their hearts out, needed to play their best to collect as many points as possible. Southern flight path means that we might potentially see a vehicle tussle somewhere, as teams might want to travel up north while they grab vehicles in between.
Vehicles always going to be compulsory in this map. But if the circle right on top of a flight path, I do want to see Patuna. And O2 Esports actually taking Patuna here due to the flight path itself. But we have another generous circle, but it's going to be one direction move coming up from all the teams. Water treatment circle, it might be here depending on next few shift. Stage 2, stage 3, but like you mentioned, Cloud, we might have some vehicle fights and brawl between the scouters.
Yeah, still keeping an eye on probably the elimination feed. I'm sure our observers are doing the same as well. It's been about almost a minute past, or a minute plus, almost 2 minutes now, but we don't see it. So it looks like everything's well and healthy, at least for the start. But that also means that when we reach a certain stage, then yeah. But oh, okay, no, but I'll take that back. 9 got knocked down, and we'll get info now. Okay, there you go. 9 was going for the buggy, and that just happened.
And it's Team Flash, who's actually happened to be close when it comes to the points with TODAK. So Kwang is not wasting any of his ammunition, but there's TODAK on top of those hills. Oh, there you go. Open fire. Oh! Whoa! Oh my god, he got another one. Might actually get himself a bonus here. And it's one of the best players and also one of the pillar of TODAK. It's going to be Iftar.
Okay, he's going for it. All right, second time around. Iron Sight AK and Linux. Okay, can go and get it. At this point, he wishes that he has nades. But look at the minimap. There's another player from TODAK actually close by.
The best bet is going to be teammates right now. Where's his teammates? A bit late when it comes to the follow-up, Team Flash. Where are they? Finally, are they going all the way round the corner from the back entirely? That's super smart. And Kwang being the one that distracting them all this while they overstate themselves. TODAK, they might just kick themselves in the bucket here.
Now, this is going to be interesting though. So between these two teams, both of them need points. So if Team Flash is able to eliminate them, then it's going to be fun. But hey, FaZe Clan passes by, Batman gets knocked down, and he will be eliminated by FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan, they do need a couple more points to qualify directly.
Yep, if they get 5 more eliminations, that's kind of solidify in the 80s for FaZe Clan. But we're talking about high contention between down to even BTR. One of these teams will have to be pushed down later by today. So we're gonna have to wait and see who will that might be for the most unfortunate between all these teams. FaZe Clan chasing the points away and they are trailing it hot on Team Flash.
And Moments going in. Okay, he's still able to shoot down Zeus. Okay, Zeus hoping for the terrain to give him enough cover. But his vehicle is smoking up. And they definitely saw it. So that's opportunity for them to go all the way. 4 for FaZe Clan chasing one Zeus. And Ventoris will cut him off in front.
The most important target of the day for FaZe Clan. This much commitment, man. Things just got personal with Team Flash here. Down to that last play. I don't know where he's at right now, but he's so glad he's not been chased by the entire village of FaZe Clan.
Man. So Team Flash 60 points right now. 1 player left. To be the dark horse to challenge that qualification directly onto Super Sunday, it's looking pretty bleak now.
But at least they got better start for points, right? There's always going to be the brighter version of it for these guys that actually have to play for tomorrow. At least they have more comfortable positions to start off with. 60 points, I mean, like, it's not too shabby for Team Flash. But Kwang, that was remarkable at first. But unfortunately, the follow-up is a bit later. I think because they take a bit of a longer rotation from Team Flash teammates. So if only they follow a bit early, that would be a different thing entirely. But Alter Ego also start to make some eliminations early on by Rosemary.
He got 1 out of 0-2. Interesting. Okay. I know they're pretty much on the clear right now, but if you see a target, you take him out. You know, that's just part of the game, right? So 0-2. Now with 50 points, we will definitely see them in the last chance qualifiers. So about 50 points is pretty healthy, I must say, for the last chance qualifier. So it's still okay for 0-2.
Sam 9. Where are they at? Sam 9, 44 points. I mean, like, if they can finish off the day at around 50, that's a better spot, of course, for tomorrow. But I feel like 100% they're going to play the last stage when it comes to tomorrow as well. And we don't see a lot of action for the teams like NKT, TALON, and BTR. Team Flash, unfortunately, bumping to FaZe Clan, which is going to be solidified positions. Yeah, for Team Flash, that last player, was it Gosu that actually survived the loss?
I don't recall, but hopefully we'll be able to pan over later just to be sure of who's the final member for Team Flash. But what we're sure is that some of the stats here are showing that BTR, Alter Ego, they do like Mirama. So if those stats do favor BTR, then maybe we might see them qualify next.
Yep. It's all about timing. Yeah, BTR playing it super safe and super conservative, slowly taking the rotations in, not rushing it too much, knowing the fact all they need to secure is around 80 points by the end of the day. Like 10 more points to go, it's gonna be okay for them. And 5th place, was it who was it not playing yet? 5th place, let me recall it again. Is it PANDUM? Yeah, I think it's PANDUM on 5th place right now, the one not across the board. It's going to be tough for Pendant to be pushed down, unless this teams might surprise us. If they got themselves more points and the one that actually be pushed down is probably going to be Pendant.
So in order for that to happen, right, like VOIN, Donkey, and Team Secret, and, well, benefit of the doubt, Team Flash will need to come up big. So the odds are pretty slim for that to happen.
Really? If BTR push up, then Pandum get pushed down because BTR at 9th place. If that happens again in Pandum position, if everybody scored more than 87 points because Pandum not playing it today, Pandum twice in a row for Super Sunday being pushed down last minute. Now that's painful, man.
I'm doing the math in my head right now, right?
I can tell.
Yeah, but my mathematical logic tells me that Pandum will go through.
Hopefully that's gonna be the case, yeah. If not, I mean, like, these guys did so well for week number 2, they deserve to go for 1 to know. But the circle shifted again. It's gonna be Hasidadi Patron circle. We do know the terrain is gonna be uneven, but at least everybody try to go on the northern side because there's slight bump on the south in between those streets, but it might shift later on.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of hardship circles today. So this is actually one of them. It's pretty hardship towards the left side, but. Yeah, I mean, hardship circles are great for us as viewers, meaning that the chance of fights will happen on the spot that is not hardshiped is pretty high. So teams on the right, that is, will be traveling all together, and that's where we'll see more fights, even though it's only stage 2. But we'll see a fight right now, or maybe a truce, because they could still call it a truce. But FaZe Clan, yeah, I guess FaZe Clan will hold on this one.
Yeah, Park themselves. I think they definitely want to take Hasidadi Patron as like properly 2-stage with how they position their vehicles inside of the compound as well, so they're not going to go out anywhere anytime soon. But for VOIN Donkey, they are at 30 now, and that's going to be I mean, like, down to starting from Team Flash, VOIN Donkey is a bit difficult for them to catch up to the teams at the very top now. It's whether the question is if the teams at 9th place will survive for this one or not. That's going to be BTR. And here comes BTR charged by PA.
Well, this is going to be the test of their survivability, but they will have the advantage by taking out the 2 members of PA first. Now, PA 2 more left. If they can eliminate the other members of PA, then they will be at high 70 points. Okay, let's go. Do the business first before we start the calculations. And they did. And that is it. 3 points in the back for BTR. 76 points now.
But TODAK did not get... TODAK just arrived just now. Despite they were finding PA before, and they did not actually take out the entire crew of PA. Means he's still alive. So that's going to be 3 more points added into the numbers. Yeah, 76. But they need to revive. They got the reset of the player. They will resuscitate him. But lengths. There's going to be trouble brewing up for BTR. After they're done with PA, there's going to be another team trying to challenge him out due to the smoke just now.
And TODAK, if only they have a full squad, then maybe they could crash in as a third party, try to take them all out. But because they only have 2 players, so I guess they'll remain passive in this area. Just monitor the situation in case BTR comes out and does something funny. But for now, everything is going to be a truce since every team is going to monitor the next circle. And circle is going to be kind of nice. Majority of the teams are already in it.
With, I think that's going to be PA plus players right in the center. BTR, Yummy Main, the rest have been coming up from water treatment area. These Xaviers, look at how scattered they are. They are spreading out thin among themselves.
Yeah, that's like so wide. Okay. So wide. But of course, these Xavier, they can do anything at this point, right? But yeah, it's interesting to see that sort of spread. It just shows the confidence and of the playstyle that they're playing. But of course, they can be confident. They can afford to be confident because there's nothing that can push them down.
Team Secret is on the rise here today, but unfortunately it's going to be tough for them to catch up despite they had such a great run just now, closing with a chicken dinner against the Xaviers. But I think the Xaviers, they try to break the numbers here. The highest we have Vampires at 116. Can they break this number? Despite we had a bit of a fun interview against Alter Ego. Alter Ego will just play it safe, I guess, just trying to get themselves comfy and having fun. But Alter Ego, Alliance, TODAK next. And I don't know if BTR want to take advantage of this. They can as the third party.
I don't know real reason to, but let the focus happen first. Shouldn't be too big of a issue for Alliance unless TODAK can come up with an upset. But they got a knockdown onto Adelu. That could be a start of that. They almost got Jimmy OP And now Jimmy OP is forced to heal up. Now Lynx tosses his final nade and nobody's home. So TODAK is still holding on their ground in this building.
2 players on the second floor. Lions managed to reset themselves as a 4. Here comes a nade. They're cooking it up. A bit of exchange of hands. But XERXIA going on Team Seeker. Seems like we do have a different team fighting against O2 ESPORTS. These Avies, they start taking action despite their widespread just now. But back to us, the Lions and also TODAK. This is going to be the nade being cooked up by Leon. But unfortunately did not connect. And fired up. Oh my god, that was so close. What a nice play by Cleon.
Okay, here we go. Cleon, can he get more out of this situation? Leo is on the lower ground. Lynx will be burned down. And now leaving only Cleon alone. Cleon will be burned as well. Cleon, will he survive this? He should be able to with the last thing on, but the answer is no! That is his own Molly. Wait a second, Cleon, are you kidding me?
Denied the points. If I have to go down, I will not give you points. That's why he's stating out there. But FaZe Clan seems to be super interested with a follow-up. Here comes Mormon coming in first. FaZe Clan, they are jeopardizing their 6th place, but it's going to be A-okay if they can wipe things off.
Okay, here we go. FaZe Clan try to take advantage of the situation. Alliance, 3 players left playing without Leons. And now FaZe Clan, if they can get a wipeout of these 3 players from Alliance, it should be enough for FaZe Clan. And now FaZe Clan planning their attack while gathering information at the same time. And they still even have the time to loot up from the previous fight.
Yeah, that's kind of true. They actually take advantage of whatever they have around them right now. But the problem is Circle just shifted away from these guys, so they have to make a wrapped-up between these 2 fights. The brawls have to end early, because the next few seconds they're going to have to face the Blue Zone and BTL waiting in the inner circle. So FaZe Clan going as a 3-1. Mela cooking up the nade, wrapping it up towards Arctic. Look, the only one inside of the building here where FaZe Clan are focusing on.
And Alliance still not able to move out. Okay. Utilities wise, they look 1 nade. Jimmy OP 2 nades. Still pretty decent, I must say. But they have to be very conservative of their usage here. As we wait for the fight to continue on, we move over to XERXIA. They crash into VOIN Donkeys and Nui will be taken out.
XERXIA down to 3. PA still have that 1 player going solo-handedly, dealing things by himself. VOIN Donkey, they will try to save or not. Oh, yeah, man, he sprayed down that vehicle, almost exploded. But unfortunately, I don't think anybody will try to save up Mineral. I think it's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the team. It's going to be XERXIA, RNG, finish him off. Well, Zeta repositioned. VOIN Donkey, they're quite spread out. Formations broken due to the force of a fight just now.
And Zeta now left alone in the shack, praying for other teams to not come by. But speaking about other teams, okay, we're back on to FaZe Clan versus Alliance. And now the zone will start to close. But since they're far away from the blue will arrive a little bit later. But we're still talking about stage 4 to stage 5 blue. So it's going to be quite painful. And that's where we'll start to assess their healing utilities while we look at the elimination feed involving Boom Esports.
FaZe Clan forced the fight out of Alliance compound and they couldn't actually hold on with the stalemate. Right now going in Mela with the DBS, cleaning up, giving the opportunity and opening for the side of FaZe Clan. They got themselves 2, even on that Lucas down. Oleo tried to clutch out the entire crew of FaZe Clan. Mormon just finished off the deal with the help of Zonzan as well. That's gonna be 6 in the bag for FaZe Clan, but are they 100% safe? We're gonna have to wait and see.
Well, 81 points now for FaZe Clan, so they're looking really good. And they still have a full team, so they can still come up with more from this. As of now, the elimination feed rolled, and it involved D Xavier getting another point for themselves. On screen, we have RNJ surrounded by Team Seeker. RNJ gets 1, 3 more to go from the side of Team Seeker onto RNJ. He does have TBS, but for him to clutch, it's going to be hard. He needed time to reload, and that time will not be given to him.
Yep, that's going to be the loss of XERXIA being eliminated. Next, Alter Ego's on the move against NKT, who's actually at the brink of to be overtaken by TALON. Yeah, if they got finished off here, they definitely won't make it through for this Super Sunday. And they have to fight it again for tomorrow. Alter Ego spotted out Joker down to only 40% of HP. Might as well make it 35. Here's the nade! Oh, big nade! Joker saved the entire crew of NKT from taken out.
If only Joker could save the god, then it would be a perfect run for him. But just let go of the god, and yep, that just had to happen. So you have to manage with Spider 10 and Joker as the final two members of NKT. Now for FaZe Clan, Victorious will be knocked down by a beautiful nade by Linux.
Axel spotted out Suxy. BTR, they are in trouble. They might get pushed down because Talon still have a full squad despite NKT down to 2 players. But there's going to be too much at risk here for BTR to take the fight. It is a 3-way fight as well. And we're talking about FaZe Clan pushing the numbers up. BTR Lapa spotted out Woman. That's going to put their momentum on hold for a bit. But FaZe Clan, they tried to take this 3 fight into a different perspective entirely. But unfortunately, there's going to be a third party coming in from inside of a circle. VOIN Donkey tapping it from afar.
And BTR managed to secure 4 elimination points. As for FaZe Clan, getting away from the blue, now they will zoom up north instead. Lapa tries to get that vehicle driven by the members of FaZe Clan, but it's not going to be easy to land those shots. Yeah, there you go. They should be able to clear. Yep, they are clear now.
It's so close. Who gets pushed down? FaZe Clan!
How?
At least they scored 6 elimination at 81 points right now, but BTR close, NKT alive. Talon is still there. If Talon, they have a full squad, this might get pushed down later for FaZe Clan.
Well, let's see what happens here with this fight that involves like at least 2-3 teams, Boom Esports included, as Pombit now tries to win the fight against Lamborghini, and Pombit moving on to Lamborghini, still survives with 10% of health, but he has no time to reset yet. Okay, he has his teammates together with him, so his teammates will hold the line while he heal up himself.
Oh, for Boom Frenzy, he even caught himself stuck around the corners and the valleys, but lucky enough, there's some covers for him, so these Xaviers cannot obliterate the entirety of Boom, but we have new contender coming in. It's gonna be BTR at their 80s, but don't forget, Talon's still alive. BTR, a lot at stake here.
And here we go, BTR looking for more points just to stay clear. Oh. But BTR should have done enough because now VOIN Donkey only has 1 player. So the only team that can push down anyone in the top 8 is going to be Talon. NKT is pretty low as well in terms of manpower. So that's going to be one thing. But Gen Force now knocked down the Xavier. Still being the bane for all these teams even though they are very, very comfortable.
Yep, and the moment FaZe Clan being eliminated, there's going to be good news for Pandum as well, because 87 was the minimum for Pandum. I mean, like, Pandum definitely scored more than FaZe Clan, so it's 100% going into the Super Sunday for them. But BTR, we're talking about Talent still alive, by the way, Clan. Full squad intact, not taking any actions yet, and BTR, they're only down. They still got full squad, but unfortunately, Blues start to hit, and these Xaviers do have those elevations.
And the Xavier now looks like they are going to bail this. Yep, they're repositioning themselves, go to focus onto the circle instead. And they do have Levi's on the northern side that they can rendezvous with. Circle went into the middle. VOIN Donkey is there, 79 is somewhat in the circle as well. And the next clash point will be on the south side here, involving Kwang and Talon.
It's no Gosu, but it's Kwang. So far, it's 2 eliminations by himself. But the blue zone will start to hit, and Talon, I mean, there's going to be add into their pocket. At one point, they need 1 by 1, slowly but surely, and playing it safe and conservative. If Axel just slightly peek a bit more towards the corner, he might spot out Kwang here.
Yeah, so Kwang is still being sneaky. It doesn't feel like Talon knows that he's there. They're not really putting focus on the Kwang. Just look at the minimap. Everyone's focused onto the front. And they moved in, so that's also good news for Kwang that he is now on the clear to move a bit more forward.
But Kwang can be the one that gonna disappoint Talon so much if he caught them by surprise, though. Talon so close of getting themselves straight into Super Sunday, but BTR, they are on the right. 7 eliminations. They are in their 80s, but can they solidify their positions here? With VOIN Donkey smoke up vehicle, that's gonna be the last play. Vaxi, 1 more bullet might explode this vehicle.
Well, Vaxi, now where is he going to go? Yeah, as you mentioned, the vehicle is now exploded. Now he is absolutely on foot. And with the position that he has had and with BTR on this high ground, it's not looking good for Vaxi though.
It's going to be tough for him to be on foot that far from the circle as well. With so many teams still intact. 7 eliminations on top of BTR. So they're going to try to rise and push it up. It's going to be these Xaviers that's stopping them from those high elevations. And they try to take the place away, the area away. If they can actually secure these elevations, it's going to be a strong finish for BTR maybe.
Oh, Axel knocked down. BTR right now rushing in onto D Xavier. And BTR might lose Lapar. Parajin knocks him down. Levi is pretty low as well. He needs the space to kill up Satar. Still looking for his next target. And he will go in to save. No, not yet. He has to win this fight before he can do so. Genforce needs to come and follow up. And Zaxi will win the fight. And looks like D Xavier is eliminated with 5 elimination points. BTR still a full team. 11 eliminations. Nothing can catch them now.
Yep, but it's down to FAZE fighting and Nils. Can TALON still push their numbers up with the trio or NKT being eliminated early? That's going to be good news for FAZE. They definitely want one of these teams to be eliminated right now, because if they can score a chicken with this amount of elimination, they still can push FAZE down to the 9th place.
Yeah, it has to be like both NKT and TALON performing above FaZe Clan. 81 points is held by FaZe Clan now. Yeah, definitely no placement points is now. Right now we are only 8 teams, so yeah, 81 for FaZe Clan. So that's like the golden number for both NKT and TALON. Oh, on the southern side, that's where majority of the teams are at. As we will check out the next phase of the circle. Maybe BTR, they're super duper clear right now. Yep, there you go. BTR gets the circle.
So BTR, I think it's no problem for them to get a break for tomorrow, and they're probably going to break their vacation day here. But for NKT and TALON, body counts wise, getting lesser and lesser. They have to take actions now, but at least on the side of BTR, the numbers keep getting up. 12 eliminations across the board, each one of them pulling their own weight. And Zaxi will get revived by Lapop Kwang. Kwang!
Well, play the ninja game is the best that he could do now. Or Minzy, not planning to play the ninja game. A Mini 14 iron sight to try to hit the target, but yeah, this position is so hard. Plus the blue will be putting pressure onto Minzy, and all the best of trying to cut across the terrain.
TALON, they need to take actions. If not, it will not be enough bodies for them to add for eliminations. Despite they want to go just for the chicken dinner, but it's quite a tall order with Sam9 having still a full squad. So TALON, like it or not, they have to resort to get those eliminations. And Kwang the Ninja, founded out by Misery, and that's going to be adding another number for them. But it's going to be NKT versus TALON. Are you kidding me? The team that's actually in the contest to try to get more points than FaZe Clan.
That's going to be super interesting now between the two teams. If not FaZe Clan, then it's at least that they want to swap places, because NKT is at number 8 now. As for O2, they're going to face up against BTR. O2 from the lower ground, and between these two teams, O2 needs more points to have a comfort start in the last test qualifiers. TALON, red face against Sam9.
TALON, too much at risk. Still very small amount of eliminations, but they're down to only 2 players now. Misery and Rat FaZe with what they have, with the Blueson closing in. Oh, TALON, I don't think they can actually see the Super Sunday yet. And we got our top 8.
Yep, and the golden number is still 80, ladies and gentlemen. NKT with at least 80 points right now. Now it's the time to wrap up this round. BTR, NKT, and Sam9. And now all these teams, Sam9, the points still matter to them. So Sam9 needs to score the chicken dinner.
For BTR, not so much. 100% going straight for Super Sunday. But Sam9, if they close this chicken dinner, that will change so much for their last chance starting off tomorrow. But NKT, the points will be taken by Zaxi. The one who actually a bit more braver will gain more privilege over this one and advantage as well. Satar follow up to it. Zaxi's transitioning, and his follower was quite on point. That secures another point. Sam9, they need to pluck their courage and force this chicken out.
Well, that challenger is no small pushover. It's going to be BTR. Satar gets the first knock onto Firen, and Firen will be eliminated by Satar himself. Now it's 4v3. BTR still playing it like it's a championship winning round, as they want to secure with a chicken dinner and end the day with a smile.
They can end this run. It's going to be 19 eliminations on the side of BTR. And that's almost another high. It's one of the highest. And they could spot another one. Boo Boo Hoo. Down to only one last player standing. That's going to be Dap across the other side of the map in a very small shack. Oh my god, the numbers keep going up. BTR, this is not just solidify their place. I mean, this is a statement.
Yeah, 18 eliminations now for BTR. At most, they can get 19 eliminations. And of course, there's going to be the cherry on top of the cream. That one last run for him. If he can secure one extra point out of BTR, it will be a great bonus for that, because Sem9 will be playing again tomorrow for sure. They need as many points as possible. Now BTR, they're ready to wrap things up. Gen Force with a buggy. They probably have an idea that Dap is behind this shack. And now stage 9 it is. Dap, if it's not BTR, it's going to be the blue.
Yep, the vehicle given away just where he parked his vehicle that exploded prior to this. The only place they hadn't checked, they have not checked for the side of BTR. That's going to be the shack here. It's actually pretty much got a clue what's going to be the next step for the team. So they reposition themselves all the way. But the blue zone, as you mentioned, Cloud, it's going to be closing on that side first. There's no way to run. But if he can score another eliminations, that will contribute for tomorrow's game as well for Sem9.
Yeah, so he's hoping to land that one, but he has to do it against Gen Force now that Gen Force is up against him face to face. Okay, he gets a knockdown. He will secure that elimination point. So one more extra point for Sem9 at least. Two more to go for Dap. Can he pull off a miracle run here and provide Sem9 with maximum points in the final round?
He might actually turn this tide over if he can actually score the chicken. That's a big fat one, but unfortunately outnumbered. BTR is always going to be the teams on the very top to score those chickens, and these guys also don't give it a break despite they already got himself into the Super Sunday, but might as well give them out a statement with 19 eliminations at this round of last Miramar of the day.
And that's what you call a chicken dance there, ladies and gentlemen, by Sata and Lapa. There you go. Second time around, yeah. It could be a bit more enthusiastic, but hey, they've already qualified, so by getting this chicken dinner, it's a bonus. Thanks, Sata, thanks. We needed that. You got, somebody has to beat Mormon in the charisma department.
Yeah, I saw Jeff was like, what you guys doing? Like, chicken dinner, chicken dance? Okay, good try. But 1,200. What's up with the numbers here today? It's all double digit and crazy amount of damage by these guys.
Yeah, make that 19 eliminations in total for BTR. And it's a good flex towards the end. And for Lapa, obviously, with the amount of damage dished out, he is our MVP this time. With 4 eliminations, 1,224 damage, 353 damage received, 26% team contribution, and a survival time of 28 minutes, 23 seconds.
20% of headshot in this very vast map of Miramar. There's still quite a number up there. But for every single BTR player, they are high caliber players. I'm not surprised every single one of them can pull as much as Lapa did just now. But when it comes to the other 3 teams, NKT, Sem9 and O2 ESPORTS actually squeezing into the top 4 teams in our match recap of last Miramar of the day. Well, when it comes to the smoke, my god, BTR, they've been running and gunning a lot.
Yeah, and we're going to check out the best moments here before we wrap things up with BTR's chicken dinner.
That was certainly a good run on the side of BTR. It wasn't as tight the race when it compared to week number 1, but definitely close enough for the teams, especially TALON. Unfortunately, I mean, like, so close. 19 eliminations for BTR. Oh man, the numbers are crazy.
Yeah, 19. It's definitely up there. 29 points collected. So they stole away a lot of points from all the other teams. MKT with 12 points collected, so they definitely have qualified to the next round. On page 2, okay, majority of the teams here will be playing again tomorrow, so every point counts in this round, and no team went out empty-handed.
Yep, there's a lot of ones down there, thanks to the teams like BDR that take out a quarter of the population of PUBG Mobile just now. But when it comes to tomorrow, it's all about how great of a start they're gonna have, especially when it comes to the very bottom as well. How far they have to work and how much they have to aim for tomorrow as well to make it up for their Super Sunday.
Well, looks like we might get the overalls later on, but we'll hold on to that. Gunslingers, BTR. 3,555. That is, let's see here. Is that more than double? Yeah, that's more than double the Xavier's amount of damage. 1,678, followed by FAZE, 1,224, and NKT up there too.
3 points. 2 chickens, Talon. But those chicken ain't gonna help you to push straight into the Super Sunday, but at least it's gonna starting off tomorrow with a better score.
Yeah, and the stats still remain consistent. 80 points and above is still the magical number here. Talon just by 3 points. If they got exactly 3 more points, they would win the tiebreaker against FaZe Clan and forcing FaZe Clan to cancel their Bali trip. But on page 2, clearly all these teams will be playing again tomorrow with these starting points.
22, 35 total points compared to 78. Now that's gonna be like what, 3 maps they have to make sure that they can catch up. But the problem is the teams at the very top do gain themselves those points too. But we have our MVP for week 2, day 3, Origin. This guy have been making up to the MVP this season quite a number of times now.
Yeah, multiple times when the Xavier's got the chicken dinner, and now he deserves his MVP for week number 2, day number 3. Average damage, top 1 right now, 530.8. He is leading the chart in terms of that. Even his survivability time, 19 minutes, 11 seconds. Average survival time at number 2 is definitely up there. Average eliminations, not the greatest, but he did a lot of work for the team.
So this is gonna be our congratulations for the teams that booked themselves straight into week 2 Super Sunday. Vampire Esports, D Xaviers, BTR Knights, Alter Ego, Alliance, PANDUM, NKT, and FaZe Clan. And PANDUM, congratulations for their first Super Sunday when it comes to this week. But we'll welcome back for the teams that are gonna play tomorrow.
Yeah, so a lot of points up there for TALON, RRQ, Crit VIP, Team Flash, and also VOIN Donkeys more than 60 points. So that's a very comfortable spot for them. I'll be a little bit more worried for teams at the very end like XERXIA, PA, the Infinity with less than 50 points. So these teams will need to work hard tomorrow in last chance qualifiers. And we will be seeing them again with these amount of starting points, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow for the final 8 slots to be in the Super Sunday. But before we wrap things up, we'll go back to our stage with BTR.
Welcome everyone to the final interview of the day. And now, joining me on stage, we have Satar from BIGETRON and also the coach himself, Coach Ken. Hello.
Halo.
Hello. So, for the first question, I'm going to ask Satar first. So, Satar, from what your CEO, Starless mentions, it was expected that in week 1 you might not perform well, but in week 2 things will be like stabilized. And will you keep progressing from there? And in your opinion, can we say that BIGETRON performance is now stable?
Oke, pertanyaan buat Satar adalah katanya dari CEO kamu itu ada bilang yang minggu pertama permainan kalian mungkin tidak begitu bagus, tapi setelah minggu kedua dan berlanjut ke depannya performa kalian itu bakal lebih stabil. Dari pendapat Alan sendiri, apakah benar sekarang kamu bisa bilang yang performa BTR itu udah mulai stabil?
Kalau untuk itu sih ngerasanya ya bener kayak yang Koet bilang. Cuman belum pernah dengar sih sebenarnya dibilang gitu. Jadi ya mungkin sesuai predik aja. Sudah.
Okay, wait. Basically, yes, I think I would say that our performance, it's already getting better and already stable enough. But then I didn't know that our CEO mentioned that. But then again, yeah, I would say our performance is doing great right now.
Yes, I want to know like what did you finally need to able to play well like today?
Oke, jadi apa yang dibutuhkan sebenarnya dari pasukan BTR-nya itu biar kalian bisa mendapatkan performa yang stabil?
Kurang lebih sih adaptasi sih, karena masih merasanya masih banyak kekurangannya. Jadi ya diperbaiki kekurangannya buat lebih baik lagi.
So I think the most important part is adaptation. I think we still slow in that process. So yeah, we just need to fix our mistake and learn by our mistake in order to adapt well.
Yes, because like once you're in game, like everything will be so different. Like you need to adapt right away, and I see that BIGETRON can adapt right away in the game. And now, which lobby do you find more difficult, like Last Chance, Group Stage, or Super Sunday, Satar?
Oke, jadi lobby yang mana menurut Satar itu lebih kerat-kerat lah kasar katanya ya, antara lobby Last Chance kah, lobby groupingnya kah, ataupun lobby Super Sunday, atau emang nggak ada beda sama sekali?
Kalau dari aku nggak ada beda sama sekali sih, karena sama-sama makan nasi, jadi sama.
So for me, I think there's no difference between this lobby because I think everything is the same. I think everyone is on the same par because everyone eat rice. So I think everything is same.
Alright, thank you, Satar. And now, let's move on to Coach Ken. So, Coach Ken, last week your team is not performing well in Super Sunday, but during group stage and Last Chance, your team is doing great. And what do you think is the issues?
Oke, jadi kalau kita lihat minggu kemarin kalian itu nggak begitu perform di Super Sunday-nya, tapi di grouping dan last chance-nya sangat-sangat bagus. Menurut kamu sendiri sebagai seorang coach, apa problem yang dihadapi oleh pasukan BTR sekarang?
Mungkin ini udah sering dibilang sama banyak orang termasuk coaches lainnya. Menurut gua adaptasi sih, seperti yang Alan bilang tadi.
I think everyone was mentioning, every other team also mentioned the same thing. I think it's because of adaptation. Same like what Alan said just now.
Just like what Alan said. And for the last questions, your team really performing really well for today. And from your experience, how will you maintain the players' momentum to Super Sunday?
Oke, bisa dibilang performa BTR di hari ini sangat-sangat bagus. Sebagai seorang pelatih dengan berbekalkan pengalaman yang ada, gimanakah cara kamu bakal memaintain momentum anak-anak ke Super Sunday nanti?
Ini bukan kerjaan aku aja sih, cuman kita punya coaching staff yang luar biasa. Also kita juga punya performance coach, punya asisten pelatih, punya analis, dan playernya juga kerja keras untuk dapetin momentum ini. Jadi aku rasa semua orang punya tugas masing-masing untuk menjaga momentum yang kita punya.
So basically, yeah, it's not about me, it's about the whole team. We have a performance coach, we have an analyst, we also have a player who always work hard to maintain this performance. So I think we just gonna trust each other and do it together.
Alright, so thank you so much, Satar, and also Ken, and good luck for your Super Sunday, guys. And now let's toss it back to our casters to close out the day, and I'll see you again tomorrow for the last chance. Bye.
I cannot hold my laugh just now when that's the opening, right? And Satar was like, hey, so happy. His energy and his enthusiasm is like shocked his coach at the side. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, what the heck? And then it's such a contradiction between those two, but they had the same haircut. It feels like a father and a 5-year-old kid was super happy about his dad around him.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You know, he should have done the chicken dance there. That would be perfect. Yeah, at least you can see the whole thing. But father and son. Okay, can. I'll take that.
It would be a rare case if we can actually tell Satar to make and persuade Ken to actually go for the chicken dance, you know, because Ken is always super serious.
Yes. He should have asked him to do, hey, do the chicken dance together. Yeah. So next time we want to see that, okay? Next time we want to see that. We gotta get more personality out of these whoever who's being interviewed, alright?
But I definitely love Satar. I'm like one of his fans right now, based on how goofy he can actually get across in front of a camera. But I love the insight coming up from BTR as well. It feels like they don't feel difference when it comes to lobby, but when it comes to adaptation, it's always going to be an issue for a lot of teams every single season.
Yeah, and gotta give it to Ken as well. I mean, he shout out to not only the players, but also the people working behind the scenes. And people working behind the scenes, whether you're with the teams, whether you're with the production, you guys have been amazing. This entire show, all this entertainment wouldn't have been possible without every single one of you.
Including you guys watching at home as well, because the tournament will never happen without the community as well. So you guys made it happen for us to actually work here as a shoutcaster. So thank you so much, guys. But I think that's going to be the end for a group stage. Tomorrow is going to be a different day and different start for some teams.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to not reset the points yet. Last chance qualifiers, we're going to carry over the points. So it will be the final race. And we'll see which team will not make it for 2 weeks into the last chance, into the Super Sunday. That will be hard for those teams who did not make it for 2 weeks. But anyway, we're gonna save that conversation again for tomorrow. That will be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. Tomorrow, it will be same time, same channel. But we do have a bonus, Metro Royal, starting before PMSL. So do join us as well. We'll be wrapping things up. See you guys again tomorrow. Bye!